Harry's verse. What if Harry Potter was Spider-Man's reincarnation? Welcome back to Harry's verse, the channel where the boy who lived crosses lines no one expected him to cross. If you're new here, hit subscribe, ring the bell, and drop a comment with the crossover you'd like us to write next. Comfortable? Good. Let's begin. Chapter 1. Wall. The cupboard under the stairs was 4 feet long, 2 feet wide, and contained a thinking 5-year-old who had recently concluded that the mathematics of his life did not balance. Harry Potter had been counting things. He counted the spider in the corner, 1. He counted Dudley's hits today, 6, including the one that had split his lip on a coat hook in the hallway. He counted the bowls of soup Aunt Petunia had given him this week, 2. He counted the times Uncle Vernon had said he loved Dudley, 41, by Tuesday. He counted the times Uncle Vernon had said anything to Harry that was not an instruction or a curse, 0. Numbers were a comfort. Numbers were the one part of the world that did not punch first and apologize never. If you took 2 and added 2, the universe coughed up 4 every single time. Harry had decided, at the age of 4.5, that he liked numbers more than he liked people. Tonight the numbers said footsteps, 6, heavy, Vernon. The numbers said belt buckle, jingling, pulled through 3 loops in 2 seconds. The numbers said door latch lifted in 3 seconds, average. Harry had 2 seconds. He had been climbing things for some time now. The cupboard wall, mostly. The cupboard wall had always been a friend, it stayed put, and it did not shout. He had pressed his palms against it once, in the dark, and pretended he was a soldier in a trench. Tonight he pressed both palms against it because there was no other place left to be. Something happened. The wall did not move. Harry did not move either, exactly. But something in the small electric chemistry of his hands woke up like a light bulb you had not noticed was off, and now it was on, and now the wall and his hands were one continuous fact. He shifted his weight. The wall held him. He shifted his other foot. The wall held that, too. Harry was hanging horizontally 3 feet off the floor of his cupboard, palms flat against vertical wood, when the door opened. A second thing happened, which Harry would later try, and fail, to describe to himself in words. It was the difference between dreaming about falling and actually falling. It was the color inside his head turning a shade of red he had never previously been issued. It was a scream that was not a sound. "Move," said the scream. "To the left. Now. 2 inches. Up. There. Hold." Harry moved. The belt buckle came down on the place his head had been a quarter second earlier, embedded itself in the cupboard's back wall, and made the noise of a small bone breaking. Vernon Dursley, who had been swinging blind into the dark, made a complimentary noise, the noise a man makes when his belt is suddenly not in his hand. A pause arrived in which the universe took a polite step back and let everyone consider their options. "Boy," said Uncle Vernon, after some thought. Harry, 3 feet up the wall like a startled gecko, said nothing. He had elected nothing as his strategic position. "Boy. Get down." The scream that was not a sound said, "Don't." The scream said, "Stay." The scream had, in 2 seconds, established itself as a more reliable advisor than every adult in 4, Privet Drive combined. Harry did not get down. Vernon, who could see only the empty floor where a boy ought to have been weeping, made a sound that combined confusion and effort. He waded 1 step into the cupboard and swung his hand at chest height, expecting a chest. There was no chest there. There were only old jackets and the smell of mothballs. Harry, 6 inches above Vernon's head, breathing through his nose so quietly it hurt, considered this development. One part of him observed, "If I make any sound, he will look up." Another part of him, smaller and newer and apparently American, said, "Dude, do not make a sound." Harry filed that away as a problem for later. After perhaps a minute, perhaps a year, Vernon retreated, swearing about the weak hinges and the rotten brain of his sister-in-law's son, and slammed the door. The bolt went home. The footsteps thudded back along the corridor toward the parlor and the television and the comfortable certainty that Harry Potter was, where he ought to be, beneath them. Harry stayed against the wall a long time. When he finally let go, and letting go, he would discover later, was simply choosing to let go, like remembering to relax a fist, he dropped 2 feet onto the folded coat that served as his pillow and lay there with his palms upturned and stared at his palms in the dark as if he had never seen them before. The American voice said, very softly, "Oh, Pete." "Pete, what now?" Harry, who did not know any Petes, said nothing back, because saying things back to voices in your head was a thing Aunt Petunia would call your funny turn and perfectly normal children do not have those, and would ration his food for. The voice did not seem to mind being ignored. It had the patient quality of someone who had been waiting a very long time and had no intention of stopping. Harry slept with his hands flat against the wall above his head, like a small sleeping bat, and dreamed of a city he had never seen, tall buildings, yellow taxis, the smell of pretzels and exhaust, and an old woman with gray hair pinning up wash on a fire escape and calling out a name he could not quite hear. He woke at 3 in the morning. It was the kind of dark when even the clocks pretend to sleep. He pressed one finger against the wall. It stuck. He pressed it harder. It stuck more. He turned the finger sideways. It unstuck. There was, he discovered, a way of asking. The wall said yes when he asked yes, the wall said no when he asked no. The asking lived somewhere in the muscles he had never previously been introduced to. He spent the next hour climbing the inside of his cupboard like a cat. He did it quietly. The American voice in his head spent the hour saying things like, oh man, hey, watch the ceiling, oh man, and Harry, who did not know what man meant in this context, ignored it as politely as he could. By dawn he had made 2 important decisions. The first was that he would never tell anyone what he could do. The second was that he would learn to do it better. He kept both promises for 6 years. He grew. Not much in height, the Dursleys saw to that. But in other dimensions. By 6 he could lift the side of his bed an inch off the floor with one hand. By 7 he could lift the whole bed with 2. By 8 he had figured out, by accident and persistence, that Aunt Petunia's old refrigerator weighed a manageable amount, provided you got your knees under you and you did the lifting in the kitchen at midnight when nobody was watching. He did not lift the refrigerator out of bravado. He lifted it because Aunt Petunia had dropped a pound coin behind it in 1989, and Harry, who had never owned a pound coin, had wanted to know what one looked like. He had worked it out from underneath, polished it on his sleeve, examined the queen, and put the refrigerator back exactly as he had found it. He had then put the pound coin back under the refrigerator, because a missing coin was the sort of thing that started a search, and a search was the sort of thing that ended in a closed cupboard door. Harry was a careful boy. The scream that was not a sound had taught him careful, the way a hand on a hot kettle teaches careful. The scream had a name, by then. He had read it in one of Dudley's discarded comic books, between the bites Dudley had taken out of the page, Spider Sense. Tingles. Tingles that warned you. Tingles that saved your life. The character in the comic, the one who tingled, was a boy in a red mask. Harry had not been able to keep the comic. Aunt Petunia had thrown it out the next morning, along with 3 pages of what Dudley had called rubbish. Harry had read all 3 pages twice. There was a city, and there was a boy with a red mask, and the boy with a red mask was poor, and the boy with a red mask had an aunt who loved him, and the boy with a red mask said something that lived in Harry's head ever afterwards, even on the days when nothing else seemed to. With great power, said the boy in the red mask, comes great responsibility. Harry, 8 years old, sitting cross-legged on the floor of his cupboard with the American voice going quiet in his head, going so quiet he could hear it not breathing, read the line 3 times. He understood it the way a fish understands water. He understood it the way you understand the floor when you have been standing on it your whole life. He could lift a refrigerator. That was a power. That was, perhaps, the smallest of his powers. There would be others. The scream had told him so without using words. The wall had told him so by not pushing back. The dreams had told him so by showing him a thread shooting from the inside of his wrist in a city he had never seen. Power had a price tag attached. The price tag said, "You do not hit Dudley back. You do not hit Vernon back. You lift the refrigerator only when no one can see, and you put it down without scratching the linoleum, and you thank whatever pulled you out of the wrong universe by trying very hard to be the right kind of person in this one." He thanked. He did not know whom he was thanking. The American voice in his head was always quietest at those moments, as if listening. By 9 he had grown threads. The first thread arrived during a nosebleed. Vernon had pushed him into the doorframe in a manner Vernon would later describe to Petunia as the boy was clumsy again. Harry had got himself into the bathroom and pressed 2 knuckles into the bridge of his nose and waited. The American voice was murmuring in the back of his skull, "Pinch the soft part, lean forward, not back, you'll choke on it," and Harry had been listening, because the American voice was a very good first aider. He spat blood into the sink. He flexed his hand under the running tap. Something warm spread under the skin of his inner wrist, an itch that was almost a hum. White cord shot out of him. It hit the soap dish. The soap dish hit the wall. The cord retracted in a startled little shiver and disappeared back into the underside of his wrist as if it had never been there. Harry stared at the soap dish. The soap dish stared at Harry. "Hello," he said, politely. The American voice in his head said, very faintly, "Holy moly." Harry put the soap dish back. He cleaned the smear of webbing off the wall with his shirt and the shirt with the bath. He tucked his arm against his ribs and walked back to his cupboard and sat down with his back against the wood and his palms upturned in his lap, and he flexed. Cord. He flexed again. Cord. He flexed at half power. A thinner cord, prettier, almost silver. He flexed at a quarter power. A small loop, sticky and slack. It was the most useful afternoon of his life so far. He learned the threads in the dark. He learned them slowly, because doing things slowly was a habit with him by then. By 10 he could shoot a line from his bedroom window. The Dursleys had moved him to Dudley's second bedroom by then, after a series of letters that would not stop arriving and one shocking moment in which Harry had calmly walked up the front of the house and let himself in through Dudley's window when the Dursleys had locked him out of the back door. An event which Aunt Petunia had assigned to her general policy of pretending nothing in her household had ever been wrong, and stick that line to the chimney of number 6. He could swing across, drop, roll, and come back to bed in 8 minutes by the kitchen clock. He had a route. A favorite. From the chimney of number 4, under the street lamp, across the gap to number 6, along the eaves, a long pendulum across Mrs. Figg's roses. The roses had thorns, the roses earned respect, a lazy arc back along the row, and a return. He did the route at 3 in the morning twice a week. He did it in pajamas and a pair of trainers 2 sizes too small. He did it because the only thing better than being unseen, when you spent your days inside a cupboard, was being unseen and moving very fast 100 feet up. On clear nights he could hear his own breath whistling. On wet nights the webs sang against the rain. On both kinds of nights the American voice in his head was at peak volume, narrating in the clipped tones of someone who could not believe their luck. "This is the best, Pete," the voice would say. "This is so much better than the bus. We're flying. We're flying without a parachute. Don't look down. Look down. Oh man, look down." Harry would look down. The street lamps of Privet Drive marched out beneath him in patient yellow rows. Surrey lay under him like a quilt as Aunt Petunia might have approved of, if it had not been a quilt. He could see all the way to the M25 on a good night. He could see the planes coming into Heathrow. "I am not Pete," Harry said inside his head, as politely as he could. "I am Harry. Harry Potter. I would like to know who Pete is." The voice would not answer that question. The voice would only say, "Be safe." The voice was very kind, in its own way. It was, Harry thought, the kindest voice he had ever met. It told him not to do stupid things. It told him to eat when he could and to drink water and to not pick fights he could not win and not to pick fights he could win either, unless someone else was in trouble and could not run. It taught him pinch the soft part, lean forward, not back. It taught him keep your weight low. It taught him there is no shame in running, but there is a great deal of shame in walking past someone who needed you to stay. It taught him with great power comes great responsibility, until he could say it in his sleep. There was a girl in his year, in the school he was forced to attend 3 days out of 5, who had once been pushed off the climbing frame by a boy a foot taller than her. The boy had been laughing. The girl had landed on her wrist, and her wrist had bent in a direction wrists do not bend. Harry had been watching from the far end of the playground, where he ate his sandwich crusts at the prescribed distance from human society. The American voice in his head had gone quiet for some seconds, which was how the voice signaled extreme attention. Then it said, very calmly, "Get up." Harry had got up. He had walked over. He had not run. Running attracted attention, and Harry had spent 4 years curating a particular reputation as a boy who could be ignored. He had knelt by the girl. He had taken off his jumper and rolled it under her wrist as a splint, and he had told her not to move, in a voice that did not, perhaps, sound quite like the voice of a 9-year-old. The teacher had arrived in due course. The boy who had pushed her had been sent in to write lines. The girl had gone to hospital. Her wrist had healed. Harry had taken 3 days of detention, because the teacher had assumed, in the bedrock English manner, that any boy who knew how to splint a wrist had probably broken it in the first place. Harry had not minded the detentions. The American voice in his head had been very pleased with him. The American voice had used the word kid, which was not a word Harry had previously associated with himself. "You did good, kid," the voice had said. "You did real good." Harry had walked home through Surrey in the rain with his jumper still missing and his cuff still pink with somebody else's blood, and he had not minded the rain. It taught him about a woman called May. May had a voice in his head, too, quieter than the American voice, softer, with a wobble in it like the voice of a singer who has been holding a long note. May said only one thing, and only in particular kinds of moments. May said, "Peter, stop." She said it the night Dudley fell out of the elm tree at the bottom of the lane. Dudley had been climbing where Dudley should not climb, because Piers Polkiss had bet him a chocolate frog that he could not, and Dudley, 10 years old and already heavy enough to make branches sad, had got up to 7 feet and lost his grip. He hit the ground in a way that suggested he was going to go on hitting the ground for some time. Harry, watching from his bedroom window 2 streets over, he had been at the upstairs window because the spider sense had been chiming politely in the back of his head for 10 minutes and he had been trying to find what was wrong, saw it happen. The American voice in his head said, immediately and without ambiguity, "Go." Harry's hands were on the windowsill. His weight was on the balls of his feet. He had a line ready. May's voice said, "Peter, stop." Harry stopped. He stopped because the bigger boy on the ground was, however briefly, his cousin, and the cousin had spent 10 years cheerfully reorganizing Harry's face into rearranged geometry, and stopping for a half-second to remember that did not strike him as a kindness to himself, it struck him as a luxury. Then he went. He did not go by web. He went by foot, very fast, out the back door, over the fence, across the cul-de-sac, between the bins. He was kneeling at Dudley's side 6 seconds before Piers Polkiss could think to stop laughing. "Don't move him," Harry said, to nobody, because nobody was within 20 feet. He said it because the American voice in his head was saying it and the American voice in his head had earned the hearing. Dudley made a small sound that meant alive. Harry tilted Dudley's chin a 1/4 inch and watched the chest rise and fall. When Aunt Petunia arrived, screaming, and shoved Harry off her son so violently that Harry hit a dustbin lid hard enough to split it, Harry did not say anything. He did not say "I was helping." He did not say "I am the reason you have a son." He went home through the back door. He went up the stairs. He went into his small second bedroom that was not yet quite a bedroom and lay down on the bed and looked at the ceiling, and he said, very quietly, "Thank you, May." The voice did not answer. It never quite did. Harry was beginning to understand something about that the voices were not, exactly, separate people. That they were, perhaps, an old shape his soul still remembered making. The way a violin remembers the bow even after the bow has gone. He did not understand all of that at 10. He did not understand most of it. He had begun to suspect that he had, somewhere along the way, been someone else. He did not have a word for it. He did not know that the word was reincarnation, and that the language he was groping toward had a long pedigree. He knew only this: the boy in the red mask was real. The ant was real. The city was real. The thread was real. They had all happened, somewhere, to someone, and the someone they had happened to had not entirely gone away. "I am Harry," he said to the voice, almost every night now. "I am Harry Potter. I live with my aunt and uncle. I have green eyes and a scar I do not remember earning. I can climb walls and lift refrigerators and shoot string from the inside of my wrists, and I would like, please, to know who you are." The voice said, eventually, on a night in late June when Harry was 11 years old and had been waking up tasting iron for 3 weeks, the way you taste iron when something is about to change, "I am you, Harry. From before." That was the only answer he ever got. The letters had begun in early July. The first one had arrived in the mouth of the post slot on a Tuesday morning. Harry had retrieved it from the doormat. Aunt Petunia had a standing instruction that Harry was the postman in all weather, and read his name on the envelope, in green ink, in a hand that was not the hand of any postal worker in Surrey. "Mr. H. Potter," said the envelope. "The cupboard under the stairs. 4, Privet Drive. Little Whinging. Surrey." Harry had stood in the hallway for 9 seconds reading those 4 lines. The cupboard, he noted. As of address. He turned the envelope and looked at the seal: a wax crest, a lion, a serpent, a badger, a great bird whose name he did not yet know. The American voice in his head, who had been a New Yorker all of Harry's life, said, very softly, "Somebody knows where you live." Harry had filed the envelope inside his jumper. He had put the jumper inside his cupboard. He had walked into the kitchen and asked Aunt Petunia for an extra slice of toast, and Aunt Petunia, who had not heard the post arrive, had said no. He had read the letter that night in the cupboard by torchlight. He had read it 3 times, and then he had laid it flat on his small folded coat and stared at it. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The American voice did not say anything for a while. Eventually it said, the way a man might say it after a long pause, "Well. There you go, Pete. There you go." Vernon Dursley had got hold of the second letter. The third had come down the chimney. The fourth had arrived in the eggs. By the time the 40th or 50th letter, Harry had stopped counting, which was unlike him, had finally caused Vernon to hire a car and drive his entire family north into the Atlantic without explanation. Harry had developed a private theory. The theory was that whoever was writing the letters had a sense of humor, and a degree of stubbornness, that suggested they were not the sort of people who took no for an answer. The theory was that this was probably a good thing, on balance, considering that the alternative was Aunt Petunia's view of his future, which began with a vocational course at the local technical college and ended in a council flat in Reading. The theory had survived the storm, the boat, and the climb up the rock to the hut. The hut had a single fireplace, no grate, and a window that whistled. Vernon had bought 4 sleeping bags and 1 shotgun and had sat in the corner of the hut all evening with the shotgun across his knees, glaring at the door as if expecting it to apologize. Aunt Petunia had made tea on a Primus stove and refused to look at Harry. Dudley had eaten an entire packet of digestives and then complained that he was hungry. The wind had risen. At 1 minute to midnight, by Dudley's enormous wristwatch, Harry had stood up. He had crossed the room to the window. He had pressed 2 fingers to the glass. The spider sense in the back of his head had been singing for an hour now, not the killing curse song, but a low steady chord, the sound of weather coming. Something heavy was approaching the rock from the sea. Something heavy and unhurried and not afraid. Harry had turned to the 4 other people in the hut. I think, he had said, in a polite voice he had taught himself by listening to BBC Radio 4 through the floorboards, that we are about to have company. Vernon had looked up from his shotgun, choleric and red. Company? In this storm? Don't be, the door had come off its hinges. It came off in a single piece, in a single direction, at a single speed, and lay flat in the middle of the hut floor, vibrating gently. The doorway was now occupied by a man, although man was not, in the strict architectural sense, the most accurate description. The doorway was occupied by something the size of a shed. Sorry 'bout that, the shed said, mildly. Harry, still by the window with 2 fingers on the glass, looked at the shed for some seconds without saying anything. The American voice in his head did not say anything either. The American voice in his head, Harry was beginning to suspect, had only ever lived in a city, and had no opinions about giants. Harry, said the shed, in a voice the size of a cathedral, you're a wizard. Yes, Harry thought, surprising himself with how calmly he received the news. Yes, that does explain a few things. He stood up from the window. He looked at the very large man standing in his doorway with rain in his beard and a frosted cake in one fist. He inclined his head a quarter-inch in a way the American voice in his head described, drily, as British. Pleasure to meet you, Harry said, in a voice that was not quite Peter Parker's, and not quite the voice of any boy raised in Surrey, but somewhere in the middle, and entirely his own. Would it be rude of me to ask which kind? Hagrid blinked. Which kind of what, Harry? Wizard, Harry said. There's a number of options, in the comic books I've read. Cape, no cape, hat, no hat, some sort of pointy stick. I don't want to assume. Vernon Dursley, behind Harry, made a strangled noise that suggested he had been preparing a speech for the past 5 minutes and would not now be giving it. Petunia, in the corner, had gone the color of milk left out in the sun. Dudley had fitted himself behind a chair too small for any portion of him and was watching Harry with the quiet attention of a boy who had been wondering for some years if his cousin had been faking the cupboard, and had just been given his answer. Hagrid produced a beard-splitting grin. The pointy stick kind, mostly, he said. Comes with a cape if ye want one. I would like one of those, Harry said, very much. Please. He paused. He looked at his palm. He flexed, very slightly, in the way he had practiced flexing when he wanted to test whether the wall would hold, and a tiny silver loop of webbing, no bigger than a fingernail, spun briefly into existence between his thumb and forefinger and dissolved. Hagrid did not see it. The American voice in his head, however, made a long, low whistle. Pete, the voice said, almost amused, almost weeping. We have been in the wrong neighborhood the whole time. Vernon, recovering some of his color, raised the shotgun. He raised it in the general direction of Hagrid's chest, which was about where Hagrid's belt buckle would have been on a smaller man. The spider sense rang once, hard, between Harry's ears. It was not the kill now or die ring that the cupboard wall had taught him. It was the look at this ring, the ring the spider sense made when something stupid was about to happen and Harry had 3/4 of a second to make it not happen. Harry took a half step. He laid 2 fingers on the barrel of the shotgun and pressed it gently down toward the floor. Uncle Vernon, he said, in the same polite voice he had used by the window, no. Vernon stared down at his nephew's hand on the barrel of his gun. There was, in his face, the slow recalibration that happens when a man discovers that the hamster has, while he was not looking, learned algebra. He did not let go of the shotgun. Harry did not let go of the barrel. The barrel went, in 3 seconds, down to the floor. Vernon's wrist went with it. Vernon's wrist did not look pleased about being moved by the small hand of a small boy. Vernon did not look pleased either. I will sort this out, Harry said, mildly, to no one in particular. "Please put the kettle back on." Aunt Petunia, who had not put the kettle on in the first place, put the kettle on. Hagrid, framed in the broken doorway with rain dripping from the brim of a moleskin coat the size of a small tent, looked from Harry to the gun to Vernon to Harry again, and made an incoherent noise of pure pleasure. "You're a strong one, Harry," he said. "Your mum was strong. Your dad was strong. I knew ye would be." "I am not strong," Harry said, perfectly truthfully, considering that he could have lifted Vernon over his head if circumstances had really pressed the matter. Uncle Vernon was being polite about putting the gun down. We were having a little exchange about manners. The American voice in his head said, very fondly, "Oh, kid. You're a piece of work." Hagrid produced the cake. The cake was pink and slightly squashed and said "Happy Birthday Harry" in icing with 2 missing letters and a thumbprint at one corner. Harry took it with both hands and was, for a moment, undone. He had never been given a cake. He had, on his birthday, been given a hanger. He stood in the broken doorway with rain on his face and a pink cake in his fist and did not say anything for some seconds. Hagrid, peering down at him with the soft attention of a very large man who had once held a baby in his arms and remembered, said nothing back. "Thank you," Harry said, when he could. "Yerry very welcome," said Hagrid. "Now. Tea." There was tea. There were also, in the hour that followed, sausages. Hagrid produced a poker, lit the empty fireplace with a tap of a pink umbrella, and toasted 6 fat sausages over the result, and there was, towards the end of the hour, the slow and increasingly unbelievable history of a Mr. and Mrs. Potter, a green light, a scar, a child surviving what no child had ever survived, and a name Hagrid lowered his voice to whisper, with the air of a man laying down a heavy stone in a place it was not allowed to be. Voldemort. The spider sense did not ring at the name. The spider sense did not ring at the green light. The spider sense rang, very quietly and persistently, somewhere underneath all of it, at the part of Hagrid's story he kept skipping past, the part about the house in Godric's Hollow, the part about Harry's mother in the upstairs room, the part about a baby in a cot and the laugh of a man who was about to murder children. Harry filed the spider sense persistent quiet ringing under, things to think about later. He filed everything else under, things to begin doing immediately. He thanked Hagrid for the cake again. He did not look at his aunt and uncle. He did not, in fact, ever look properly at his aunt and uncle again, in the sense of looking the way a frightened child looks at the people who control the food. Whatever look there had been, he had set down by the cupboard door 11 years ago, and walked out and left behind, and was not now obliged to pick up on his way past. The American voice in his head said, very quietly, with great power. "I know," Harry answered, in the polite British half of his head. "I had heard." He shouldered the bag he had not yet packed, on the principle that one ought to get up before one could go anywhere. He followed Hagrid into the rain. The sky over the rock was the kind of grey that had been thinking of becoming a storm for some time and had only now decided to commit. The boat at the dock looked as though it had been built more out of optimism than wood. Harry stepped into it as a 5-year-old steps onto a wall the first time, with his weight in his palms and his palms ready. The boat held. He sat in the bow. He watched the receding rock. He watched the gulls. He watched, in his head, the rooftops of Privet Drive at 3 in the morning, the lazy arc above Mrs. Figg's roses, the long pendulum of the street lamps marching obediently into Surrey. Goodbye, he thought, to the cupboard, with no malice in it at all. He turned his face into the wind. The wind carried, faintly, an old voice he had been hearing all his life and would carry with him into the new one, the patient kind voice of an aunt he had never met, in a kitchen he had never stood in a burrow he had only visited in dreams. "Be good," said the voice. "Be brave. Be careful." "I will," Harry promised, to all his ghosts, on the way to becoming somebody else's. With great power, the boy in the red mask had once said. Yes, Harry agreed, in the polite British half of his head. "I had heard." Hagrid, at the tiller of the boat that had no engine and no oars, tapped the gunwale with the tip of his pink umbrella. The boat, very politely, began to move in the direction of the mainland. "How are we doing this, exactly?" Harry asked, after a minute, because he liked to know. "Magic," said Hagrid, gravely. "Yes," Harry said. "I gathered. Anything more specific?" Hagrid considered him for a moment over the top of his beard. The look in Hagrid's eye was the look of a man revising several earlier opinions about a small boy he had thought he was bringing the news to, who turned out to have been in possession of more news than Hagrid had ever guessed. "You're a sharp one, Harry," Hagrid said, eventually. "Thank you," said Harry. "I have had a lot of time to practice." He looked down into the dark water. The water looked back. Somewhere in the back of his head, where a New Yorker had been quietly resident for as long as he could remember, somebody was laughing, in the relieved way a person laughs when a long bad joke has finally turned a corner toward becoming a good one. Hagrid hummed, off-key, all the way to the mainland. Harry let himself, for the first time in 11 years, hum along. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, Two Souls Under a Hat. The leaky cauldron contained a smell Harry had not previously encountered, which was the smell of pipe smoke that had been confused, for 100 years, about whether it was tobacco or magic. He stood inside the doorway and breathed it in and thought, very simply, "Oh. Oh good." The American voice in his head, which had spent the morning issuing a steady commentary on every owl, every robe, every wandering hat in Greater London, said, with a kind of awe, "Kid, this is a midtown delicatessen for warlocks. I am dying. I am literally dying. Pete, look. There's a wizard with a saxophone." There was, Harry observed, a wizard with a saxophone. "Tom," said Hagrid, to the barman, who was almost as bald as the moon and almost as friendly. The usual. The usual, in Tom's case, was a small ceramic cup that emitted steam in the shape of a comma. Hagrid drank it in one swallow and beamed. "And for," Tom began, with his eyes shifting upward toward Harry, and their beginning to widen. Harry had been watching. Harry had been counting. Counting the patrons, 11, counting the witches versus wizards, 8-3, at the present moment, counting the number of fingers on each visible hand, a number which did not always come out to 10, although Harry, having had certain experiences, was not necessarily prejudiced about it. He saw Tom's eyes go up. He saw Tom's eyes go to his forehead. He saw the recognition arrive on Tom's face the way a bus arrives at a stop, slowly and with a great deal of sound. "Bless my soul," whispered Tom. Can this be?" Harry inclined his head a quarter inch. He did not need to know how to say the next bit, he could see it coming from 40 feet. "Harry Potter," he said politely, helping the bus along. "Yes. Pleasure. Forgive me, I'm new at this." The pub went quiet. The pub went quieter than quiet. The pub became, for an instant, a piece of architecture rather than a room, all doorframes and floorboards, and held breath, and then, because there were 11 witches and wizards in it, and witches and wizards do not stay quiet long when given a reason, the pub erupted. Hands. Hands at him. Hands shaking his hand. Hands gripping his shoulder. A bald man in a top hat with one tooth introduced himself as Doris Crockford and shook Harry's hand 4 separate times, on the grounds that he had been wanting to do it for 10 years and might as well make it count. The spider sense did not ring. The spider sense, in fact, made a small interested chord, the chord it made when it was telling Harry, "None of these people will hurt you. They are very enthusiastic. Be patient." Harry was patient. Harry shook hands. Harry said, "Pleasure, and thank you, and it's lovely to be here," in the voice of a small head of state on his first state visit. Harry let himself be hugged by a witch in lavender who smelled of toast. Only one of the people in the room set the spider sense going. Only one. The man was small, and wearing a turban the color of a violet bruise, and stuttering. He came forward last. He held out his hand last. He said his name last, Professor Q. Quirrell, and the spider sense, between Harry's ears, set up a single high clear ringing tone. It was not the kill now or die ring of the cupboard wall. It was a thinner ring. A more puzzled ring. The ring the spider sense made when there was something wrong with a thing in a way the spider sense had not previously been asked to evaluate. There is something behind him, the spider sense observed, with the clinical detachment of a watchmaker. Behind him, said the American voice in his head, slowly. Like, behind his back. Or behind his. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Potter, said Professor Quirrell, and his hand was as cold as a fish. Harry shook the cold hand. Harry did not let go too quickly. Harry let his face do the things a small head of state's face would do, open, polite, slightly pleased, and his head, the back half of it, the half where the New Yorker lived, made a small precise note. Cold hand. Stutter. Smell of garlic. Spider sense ringing. The turban is humming. A pleasure, Professor, Harry said. What do you teach? Defense against the dark arts, Mr. P. Potter. Excellent, said Harry. I expect I'll see you in September. He did not let his eyes go up to the turban. He did not let them go down to the turban. The turban, however, was a thing the back half of his head was now constantly aware of, the way you are aware of a wasp under your collar. Hagrid, towering behind Harry, cleared his throat. Well, we'd best be off. Lots to do, Harry, lots to do. Of course, Harry said, releasing Quirrell's hand with the perfect politeness of a man releasing an ice cube. Wonderful to meet you all. He let Hagrid steer him toward the back door. He did not look back. The spider sense kept ringing, very faintly, until they had gone 3 doors deep into a brick alley, and then it shut off, and Harry breathed out for the first time in 40 seconds. The American voice in his head said, Kid. Kid. The teacher. There is something on the back of the teacher. I know, Harry replied, in his head. I noticed. What do we do about it? We learn his timetable, said Harry, who had been thinking. We sit in the front row. The American voice was quiet for a moment. Then it said, in the warm tone of a man unexpectedly proud of someone, that's my boy. Hagrid stopped in front of a stretch of wall in the alley and tapped a series of bricks with the tip of his pink umbrella. The bricks, like an obliging audience, parted. Diagon Alley unrolled itself in front of Harry like a length of carpet and refused to stop unrolling. He stood at the entrance for some seconds without moving. The American voice in his head had stopped speaking entirely. It had become a hum, the kind of hum a man makes when he has gone to a place he had not believed in, and is trying not to weep at it. Pete, the voice said, eventually. Pete. Look at the brooms. Pete. Look at the cauldrons. Pete. I see the brooms, Harry agreed. I see the cauldrons. We are going to fly on a broom, the voice said. Yes, Harry agreed. We are going to fly on a broom, Pete. Yes. Without a parachute. Yes, said Harry, and let himself smile, just at the corners of his mouth, in a way that would have made Aunt Petunia call it your funny turn and ration his food for. Without a parachute. Hagrid took him to Gringotts first, on the entirely sensible principle that nobody bought anything sensibly without first knowing whether they could afford to. The bank was tall and white and full of small sharp-toothed people in waistcoats, who Hagrid murmured were goblins, and toward whom one was always polite. Harry, who had spent 11 years being polite to people who could decide whether he ate, did not need to be told twice. He bowed to the doorman. He inclined his head to the teller. He said good morning to a goblin polishing the brass of the railing, who did not respond, but did look at him with the considering look of a goblin reassessing a long-held opinion. The teller, a goblin named Griphook, examined the small brass key Hagrid produced and nodded. Will you be visiting any other vaults today, Mr. Hagrid? The goblin inquired. Hagrid coughed and pulled a stiff envelope out of his moleskin and laid it on the counter. Yeha. Vault 713. Hogwarts business. The spider sense rang once, tiny, polite, attentive. Just enough to say, pay attention to that envelope. Pay attention to that vault number. There is a thing in Vault 713 that a man with a turban on his head would also like to be paying attention to. Harry committed both to memory. The cart ride to Vault 687 was the most fun Harry had had since the elm tree across Mrs. Fig's roof. Hagrid did not enjoy it. Hagrid was, if anything, a faintly grey shade of green by the time they came to a stop. The American voice in his head was hooting, in the voice of a child on a Coney Island ride, and Harry was finding it very difficult not to hoot in return. His vault was a great deal of money. He did not know how much. He did not need to know how much. He counted the gold coins in the front rank, 11 galleons, he thought, and then he stopped counting, because counting in this case made the room feel less, not more, like a thing that belonged to him. Hagrid scooped a small heap into a leather sack and showed Harry how to identify the denominations. Galleons, sickles, nuts. 17 sickles to the galleon, 29 nuts to the sickle. Easy enough. Yes, said Harry, who thought it was idiotic, but did not say so, because pointing out the maths to the people who had built it was the sort of thing that did not endear you to bankers. At Vault 713 Hagrid waved Harry back. Stand back, Harry. Stand in next to a high-security vault when one of these little doors opens, that's not a good idea. The goblin stroked the door with a long finger. The door melted. Inside the great vault was a single small thing, on a single small shelf, wrapped in dirty brown paper. Harry took one look. He did not approach. The spider sense was ringing its puzzled ring again, the ring it had made with Quirrell, but more so. The thing in the brown paper was not bad on its own, it was small and round, the shape of a stone you might pick up at the seaside. The thing was bad in the way somebody who wanted it badly would be bad. The thing was bait. The thing was bait, and somewhere in London a man with a turban was hungry. Hagrid scooped the parcel into an inner pocket of his moleskin. Best not mention it, Harry, he said. Hogwarts business. Confidential. Of course, Harry said. I haven't seen anything. He had, in fact, seen everything. He had seen the size of the vault and the precise angle of the shelf and the weight of the parcel, by the way Hagrid's coat changed shape, and he had seen the goblin's face go very faintly more attentive when Hagrid said the words confidential. He filed all of it under, things to begin doing immediately. Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions had a stool, a tape measure with opinions of its own, and a boy. The boy was Harry's age. The boy had hair the color of expensive milk and a face the color of expensive porcelain and a voice the color of expensive boredom. He was standing on the next stool over having his own robes pinned. He turned to Harry as Harry stepped onto his stool and looked Harry up and down with the open inspection of a man examining a horse. Hogwarts, too, said the boy. Yes, said Harry. My father's next door buying my books and mother's up the street looking at wands, said the boy. Then I'm going to drag them off to look at racing brooms. I don't see why first years can't have their own. I think I'll bully father into getting me one and I'll smuggle it in somehow. Harry, who could swing across 2 streets on a thread thinner than a violin string, did not say anything about brooms. Have you got your own broom? The boy asked. No, said Harry. Play Quidditch at all? No. I do, father says it's a crime if I'm not picked to play for my house, and I must say, I agree. The boy paused. Know what house you'll be in yet? No, said Harry, who had been wondering, since Hagrid mentioned them, in the back of his head where a New Yorker had been quietly resident for as long as he could remember. Well, no one really knows until they get there, do they, but I know I'll be in Slytherin, all our family have been, imagine being in Hufflepuff, I think I'd leave, wouldn't you? I'd weigh up my options, Harry said, mildly. The boy missed it. I say, look at that man, he said, pointing at the window, where Hagrid was making faces at Harry through the glass and holding up 2 enormous ice creams. "That's Hagrid," Harry said. "He works at Hogwarts." "Oh," said the boy. "I've heard of him. He's a sort of servant, isn't he?" The American voice in his head said, "Oh, this kid is a punk." Harry studied the boy on the next stool over, and did the boy the tiny courtesy of taking him seriously for a moment. There was, behind the boredom and the porcelain and the milk-colored hair, an actual person, an 11-year-old boy who was almost certainly being raised by a man with very strong opinions about which children were worth being friends with. Harry had spent 11 years being raised by a man with very strong opinions about which children were worth feeding. He recognized the symptoms. "He's the gamekeeper," Harry said, in a voice that was not quite kind and not quite cold. "And he's the first person who's ever bought me a cake. So if it's all the same to you, I'd rather not call him a servant." The boy, who had not been called on a thing in his life, blinked twice. The boy began. "I didn't, that is, it's fine," Harry said. "I'm Harry, by the way." "Draco," said the boy. "Draco Malfoy." "Pleasure," said Harry, and stuck his hand out, because the spider sense was not ringing about Draco Malfoy in the slightest, and Harry, who was making a list in his head of the people he might possibly come to like in this new world, did not believe in writing names in pen. Draco shook the hand. Draco's hand was warmer than Quirrell's hand. Draco's hand was also, Harry observed, slightly trembling. "What's your last name?" Draco asked, recovering. "I'd offer to introduce you to my father afterward, but, Potter," Harry said. "Harry Potter." The boy on the next stool over went the same color as the lavender witch in the leaky cauldron, which is to say, a color entirely foreign to skin. Draco Malfoy, who had inherited a great deal of opinions, sat down on his own pinned-up robe and forgot, briefly, how a face was supposed to work. "Oh," said Draco. "Oh. Yes," said Harry. I didn't know, that is, my father has spoken of you, I imagine he has," said Harry. "Most people have." Yes. I see." Draco paused. He gathered himself, which was an interesting thing to watch in an 11-year-old. The gathering took place in 3 distinct stages, the way an adult gathers, like a man reattaching parts. Well, it has been very pleasant to, Draco," said Harry, kindly. "It's all right. Nobody has to decide anything today. We've got 7 years to get to know each other. Take your time." Draco looked up at him with the unguarded face of a boy who had not, in some years, been spoken to in that particular voice. He nodded, once. "Thank you," he said, very quietly. "Don't mention it," said Harry, "and let Madame Malkin pin the last hem." The American voice in his head, when they were back in the street with 2 enormous ice creams, said, that, Pete, was a redemption arc setup. "You played that real cute." "We don't know if it'll take," Harry replied, in his head. "It might not take." "It might. People are people." "He's 11. So am I. Both of us could go either way." "You sound," said the voice, almost amused, "like you've been reading too much." "I have," said Harry, simply. There was nothing else to do, in the cupboard. Ollivanders smelled of dust the way a museum smells of dust, which is to say, the dust was the point. Mr. Ollivander himself was the color of moonlight and had eyes the color of a saucer and looked at Harry the way a man looks at a fish he has been trying to catch for a long time. Yes, he murmured. "I thought I'd be seeing you soon. Harry Potter. You have your mother's eyes. It seems only yesterday she was in here herself, buying her first wand. 10¼ inches long, swishy, made of willow. Nice wand for charm work." He shifted around the counter and went on murmuring. "Your father, on the other hand, favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches. Pliable. A little more power and excellent for transfiguration. He stopped, with his fingers on a long thin box at the top of a precarious stack, and looked at Harry. Of course, the wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. We shall see what chooses you. Harry tried wands. He tried 30 wands. He tried 40. He waved beechwood and dragon heartstring and shed an entire vase of irises across Mr. Ollivander's countertop. He waved ash and unicorn hair and set fire to a notice board. He waved holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. The wand warmed in his hand. The wand sang. The wand did not just sing, the wand asked, very politely, where he had been all this time. Ollivander's eyes had narrowed almost shut. Curious, he said. Curious. Sorry, said Harry. I remember every wand I have ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single one. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother, why, its brother gave you that scar. Harry, very politely, did not let his hand close on the wand any tighter than it had already closed. The spider sense had gone quiet again, perfectly quiet, the silence of a chord that had resolved, and Harry had learned to trust that silence. Curious, he agreed, in a voice the color of Mr. Ollivander's own. I do appreciate a coincidence, Mr. Ollivander. Coincidence, said Mr. Ollivander, very softly. Mr. Potter. A wand picking is many things. A coincidence, I think, is rarely one of them. Harry paid for the wand. Harry walked out into the alley. The American voice in his head said, very softly, Kid, wow. Kid. We're going to want to think about that. Later. Lots of later. Right now, ice cream did not last long enough, can we get more ice cream? Yes, said Harry, in his head. Yes. We can get more ice cream. The Hogwarts Express had a scarlet engine and a smell of soot and a long string of compartments, each of which was full of children Harry had never met and now had to live with for 7 years. He had been preparing for this. He had been preparing, in fact, for 10 years, because preparing was a thing Harry did. He walked down the corridor at half speed. He scanned compartments. He listened to the spider sense. The spider sense said about most compartments, nothing. The spider sense said about a handful of compartments, this one is a slight nuisance, this one is full of fifth years who will tease you, this one has a child crying. The spider sense said about one compartment, near the back, this one is fine. Sit here. Harry slid the door open. There was a single boy in the compartment, all elbows and freckles and red hair, with a smudge on his nose he did not yet know about and a sandwich in his hand he did not look enthusiastic about. Anyone sitting there? Harry asked, gesturing at the seat opposite. Everywhere else is full. The boy shook his head. Help yourself. Harry sat. The boy went on examining his sandwich with the resigned face of a man who had been here before. I'm Ron, said the boy, eventually. Ron Weasley. Harry, said Harry. Harry Potter. The half-eaten sandwich fell out of Ron Weasley's hand into Ron Weasley's lap. Ron Weasley said a word that Aunt Petunia would not have allowed and then said, in a hot whisper, Are you having me on? No, said Harry, gently. It's a perfectly ordinary name. I assure you my parents were not trying to be clever. Have you really got, you know, he gestured at his own forehead. Harry, who had been in the wizarding world for slightly less than 4 hours and had already had this conversation 8 times, lifted his fringe. Ron stared at the lightning bolt. Ron said, Blimey. Yes, said Harry, in the voice of a man who had been having the same conversation about a scar for 4 hours. Blimey. There was a short pause, in which Ron Weasley reorganized his entire mental model of the next 7 years of his life, and Harry waited. What's it like? Ron asked, finally. Being you. The American voice in his head said, "Oh, Pete, this kid is good." He didn't ask about the scar. He asked about you. It's a lot, Harry admitted. I'm still working on it. What's it like being you? I'm the youngest of 6 brothers, said Ron, with the air of a man explaining something tragic. Everyone's always been a star at something. So I have to do something they haven't, only, they haven't left me very much. Ah, said Harry. I'm an only child. Lucky, said Ron. Said Harry, in the voice of a man who had spent 11 years being the only child of 2 adults who hated him, but who had decided, at the age of 11, that he was not going to use that particular fact to make people feel guilty for having siblings. There was a second pause. The pause was the comfortable kind, the kind in which 2 people who would later be friends decided, without saying so, that they were going to be. Want a sandwich? Ron offered, not very hopefully. It's corned beef. Mum always forgets I don't trade you, said Harry. Hagrid bought me about 17 pounds of sweets. I haven't a clue what any of them are. He laid the bag of pumpkin pasties and Bertie Bott's and chocolate frogs on the seat between them. Ron Weasley's eyes went the size of saucers. The corned beef sandwich was forgotten in the exchange that followed. The girl with the bushy hair arrived 20 minutes later, in search of a toad belonging to a boy named Neville. The girl had a great deal to say, very fast, in a voice that gave the impression that words had been bottled in her for some time and had only recently been uncorked. Has anyone seen a toad? Neville's lost one, said the girl, all in one breath. Oh, are you doing magic? Let's see, then. She sat down opposite Harry, uninvited, the way he had sat down opposite Ron. Ron, who had been about to attempt a spell on his rat, looked startled. Harry, who recognized the shape of a person who had survived 11 years of being too clever for the room, slid over. Go on, she said to Ron. Do it. Ron muttered the spell. The rat did not change color. The rat did not, in fact, change anything. The rat looked, if anything, slightly insulted. Are you sure that's a real spell? The girl asked, briskly. Well, it's not very good, is it? I've tried a few simple spells just for practice and it's all worked for me. Nobody in my family's magic at all. It was such a surprise when I got my letter, but I was ever so pleased. Of course, I mean it's the very best school of witchcraft there is, I've heard. I've learned all our course books by heart, of course. I just hope it will be enough. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Who are you? Harry, said Harry. Harry Potter. Are you really? Said Hermione Granger, with the ferocious attention of a girl who had read everything ever published on the subject. I know all about you, of course. I got a few extra books, for background reading, and you're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Am I? Said Harry, in the polite voice of a man who had not previously known he had been a recurring character in someone else's bibliography. Goodness, didn't you know? I'd have found out everything I could if it was me. Do either of you know what house you'll be in? I've been asking around and I hope I'm in Gryffindor. It sounds by far the best. I hear Dumbledore himself was in it, but I suppose Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad, Hermione Granger went on for some time. The American voice in his head said, with the cheerful affection of a man recognizing someone he had known very well in a former life, Oh, Pete. Oh, Pete. We're going to like this one. Yes, Harry agreed. Yes. We are. The Sorting Hat was a hat. It was an old hat, and it had a tear at the brim that opened into a mouth and sang a song. The song was about the 4 houses, and about what each of them stood for, and about how you could be sorted by reading where your strengths and weaknesses lay. Harry listened with the polite attention of a small head of state. Harry counted, as he listened. Counting 88 new pupils. Counting 14 ghosts hovering at the high table. Counting 12 teachers, including, in the middle of the second row, a man with a turban the color of a violet bruise. The spider sense was ringing again, faintly, in the back of Harry's head, the moment his eyes settled on the turban. Behind him, Harry confirmed, mildly. Whatever it is right behind him. The American voice in his head replied, noted. We will be sitting in the front row. The sorting began. Hannah Abbott went to Hufflepuff. Susan Bones went to Hufflepuff. Terry Boot went to Ravenclaw. Lavender Brown went to Gryffindor. The hat sat on heads. The hat shouted house names. The hat moved children to tables. The whole thing had the rhythm of a long polite ceremony, the kind of country which had been in the wizarding business for 1,000 years had had time to perfect. Granger, Hermione. Hermione almost ran to the stool. The hat sat on her head. The hat thought about her for almost a full minute. The hat shouted, Gryffindor. Hermione walked, beaming, to the Gryffindor table. Malfoy, Draco. The hat did not need to think. The hat barely touched Draco's head before it shouted, Slytherin. Draco, who looked up across the hall as he stood from the stool, met Harry's eyes for 1/2 second. Harry inclined his head 1/4 inch. Draco, after a moment, inclined his back. The American voice in his head said, Small things, Pete. We work with small things. I know, Harry agreed. Potter, Harry. The great hall went, as the leaky cauldron had gone, the kind of quiet that is not absence of sound but presence of attention. Harry walked up the center aisle in the polite measured walk he had taught himself by walking the length of his cupboard with his hands behind his back. He climbed the 3 steps. He sat down on the stool. The hat dropped over his eyes. A voice, in his head, behind his eyes, the voice of an old hat who had been doing this a long time, well. What have we here? Hello, said Harry, politely, in his head. Oh my. Oh my. The voice paused. The voice did the mental equivalent of a man taking off his glasses and polishing them and putting them back on. There are 2 of you in here. I had noticed, said Harry. Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself, now that's interesting, very interesting. 2 thirsts, I think, 2 thirsts in one boy. Where shall I put you? Harry waited. The hat thought, in his head, Slytherin would help you on the way to greatness, no doubt about that. The other one, the older one, that voice in there knows how to use power. Knows greatness, knows responsibility. The American boy, was it? Would have done well in Slytherin too, I think, in his own way. The cold mind, the patient eye. Knows when to strike. Knows the way to a goal. I would like to be wherever I will be most useful, Harry replied, in his head, evenly. The hat made a small thinking noise, and then it laughed. Useful, it said. Useful, he says. Oh, the brave ones always do. The hat thought a little more. You have already chosen, the hat said, after a moment. Both of you. Both halves of the same boy. Power and responsibility, the older one says. And the younger one says, please put me where the people who need me are. So. Easy enough. Better be, Gryffindor. The great hall erupted. The Gryffindor table erupted hardest of all. Harry walked down the steps with the hat going back to its perch and a roaring in his ears that was not entirely hearing. He sat down between Hermione and a freckled red-haired set of twins called Fred and George, who were chanting, We got Potter. We got Potter. With the pleased fervor of a football crowd. Across the hall, at the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy met his eyes again. Draco, after a half-second, dipped his chin in the small grave nod of one head of state to another. Harry returned it. The American voice in his head said, with quiet satisfaction, Small things, kid. I know, said Harry. I know. He looked up the hall, at the high table, at the man with the turban. Quirrell was watching him. Quirrell was watching him with both eyes, which is not, for most people, an unusual thing for a man to do, but for a man with something on the back of his head, was perhaps half what was being done. The spider sense rang once, soft, clear, definite. "Pay attention," the spider sense said. "I am," said Harry, in the polite British half of his head. "Believe me. I am." The feast began. The plates filled themselves, in the way of plates which have been filling themselves for 1,000 years and are mildly bored with it. Harry stared down at a roast chicken and a heap of mashed potato and a small dish of carrots and made, in the polite British half of his head, a small careful note. Not too much. Not too fast. He had, in the cupboard, become a sophisticated student of the small precise quantities of food he could put inside himself without becoming ill afterwards, and he was not now going to ruin a perfectly good first impression by being sick at the Gryffindor table. He ate 2 sensible helpings. He listened. He let his eyes do work. The man with the turban was talking with a black-robed teacher whose hair was the color of an oil slick and whose nose was the shape of a question. The black-robed teacher had a face which had decided, some years before, that the world had cheated it, and had gone on holding the grudge with the patient stubbornness of a man who knew that holding grudges was, on the whole, free. The spider sense rang at the black-robed teacher, faintly. The spider sense rang at the black-robed teacher in a different key from the way it rang at the turban. The black-robed teacher was a man whose anger had a shape, the man with the turban was a man whose anger had no shape, and that was a different kind of problem. Their eyes met. The black-robed teacher looked at Harry the way a man looks at a debt that has come due. The look did not last long. The look went quickly back to the turban. Harry filed it under, things to think about later. "Who's the teacher next to Quirrell?" Harry asked Percy Weasley, the prefect across from him, in his most polite voice. "Oh, that's Professor Snape," said Percy. "Head of Slytherin House. Teaches potions, but everyone knows he wants the defense against the dark arts job. Knows an awful lot about the dark arts, Snape." Harry replied, in his head. "Yes. I imagine he does." His scar gave a small precise twinge as he turned away, small, but present, the way a tooth gives a small precise twinge to remind you of itself before it becomes a problem. He had not been told that his scar gave twinges. He filed that under, things to begin doing immediately. The American voice in his head said, very quietly, "Kid. Was that the scar?" "Yes," said Harry. The American voice did not say anything else for some time. After dinner Dumbledore stood up. Dumbledore was a tall man with a beard the color of old silver and eyes which had the polite blue twinkle of a man who knew something other people had not yet been let in on, and intended to keep it that way for everyone's enjoyment. Dumbledore made a short speech about how nice it was to see them all, and about how they should not on any account go into the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side, unless they wished to die a most painful death. The hall laughed. Some of the hall laughed. Harry did not laugh. In Harry's experience, when an old man with a long silver beard made a joke about a most painful death, the joke was generally not a joke. The spider sense, pleasingly, agreed. It sang one short polite note in confirmation, the way a tuning fork agrees with a note that has been struck nearby, and went quiet. "Right," Harry replied to it, in his head. "Third floor. Right-hand side. Most painful death. Noted. Avoided. For now," the spider sense added. "For now," Harry agreed. The Gryffindor common room, when Percy at last led them up the 7 flights to Gryffindor Tower and the portrait of the fat lady swung open at the password Caput Draconis, which Harry, who had read a Latin dictionary at the public library 2 summers back, translated for Hermione as, "head of the dragon," which made Hermione bounce with the contained delight of a girl who had finally found a person she could bounce with, was warm and red and tall-ceilinged and full of the round pleasant smell of a long burning fire. Harry stood for a moment in the doorway. He had never been in a room which had been built to be liked by him, before. He took a moment to thank it. The dormitory was small and round and contained 5 four-poster beds with red velvet hangings. Harry's trunk had been brought up. Hedwig's cage stood beside the trunk. The owl, when Harry uncovered her, blinked at him with the cool interested attention of a small predator approving of her new accommodations. "All right," Ron said, throwing himself face first onto his bed. "That's me done. I'm not waking up till next term." Neville Longbottom, who had got his toad back, sat on the edge of his bed and looked, in the dim red light, like a boy who could not believe his luck. The other 2 boys, Dean Thomas, who had a poster of a football team Harry vaguely recognized from Dudley's bedroom, and Seamus Finnegan, who turned out to be Irish in the loud cheerful way Irish boys could be when they had been let off the leash, were already arguing about Quidditch teams. Harry climbed into bed. He did not sleep at once. He lay on his back and stared up at the canopy and let the spider sense have a long quiet conversation with the back of his skull. "Quirrell," said the spider sense. "I know," Harry agreed. "The thing on Quirrell." "I know." "The vault." "I know." "The scar." "I know." "The man with the oil-slick hair, whose name is Snape, who is angry at me without yet knowing me." "I know." "The 3rd-floor corridor." "I know." The spider sense waited a moment, in the polite way of an advisor who had said all it had to say, and then it added, very quietly, "You are going to have a very interesting first year, kid." "Yes," Harry agreed, into the dark of the canopy. "Yes. I rather think I am." He turned his cheek into the pillow. The pillow was the softest thing he had ever put his face on. He let himself, for 1 second only, take a measure of how soft it was. He let himself, for 1 further second, allow that to mean what it meant. Then he closed his eyes. Outside the window, an owl called. From the dormitory of the 11-year-old boys who had not yet learned that anyone was listening, the small assorted snores of 4 boys who had never been told to be quiet under penalty of food began, irregularly, to set up. Harry slept. He dreamt, that night, not of the city of yellow taxis. He dreamt of a long stone corridor, and a door at the end of it, and behind the door a low animal sound he had never heard before, the sound of something with 3 throats. The American voice in his head said, just before the dream pulled him under, 3rd floor. Right-hand side. "I know," Harry said, in his head. "Yes," said the voice, almost amused, with the patience of a man who had been here before. "I think you do." Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, Halloween. With Webbs, the first thing Harry learned about Hogwarts was that it was a building which was, on a daily and good-natured basis, trying to kill him. Not in the cupboard sense. The cupboard sense had been a man with a belt and a small enclosed space and the careful logic of the powerful applied to the small. Hogwarts was a different sort of problem. Hogwarts was a 1,000-year-old castle that had been built by people who had thought it was funny to put a vanishing step on the 3rd staircase, and whose successors had thought it was funny to put a trick door on the 4th corridor, and so on, for 10 centuries, every generation of inhabitants laughing at the next. Hogwarts was less a school than it was a long grand joke at the expense of new boys. The spider sense found the joke entertaining. The spider sense, which had spent 11 years warning Harry only of small specific things, a belt, a hand, a teacher's footstep, was now firing 4 times an hour. It fired at the vanishing step. It fired at the trick door. It fired at the staircases, which moved when you were halfway up them, in the manner of a man on a train pulling away from the platform with you straddling the gap. It fired at a portrait of a cavalier who had been waiting for 100 years for a small boy to walk past without looking up so that he could throw a velvet hat. It fired, mildly, at the suit of armor on the 2nd floor landing, which Harry came to understand had a tendency, when no one was watching, to fall on people. By the end of the first week Harry could find his way to all of his classes from his dormitory using only the spider sense as a guide. By the end of the 2nd week he could do it with his eyes closed. He did not tell anyone he could do it with his eyes closed. Telling people was not, on the whole, a thing Harry did. Ron Weasley was easy. Ron Weasley required only that Harry be present, that Harry occasionally laugh at a joke, and that Harry agree, on at least one point a week, that Ron had been right about a Quidditch matter. Harry was perfectly able to fulfill all three. Ron, who had been the youngest of 6 brothers his entire life, had a great deal of pent-up explanation in him. Harry, who had spent 11 years not being explained anything to, had a great deal of pent-up listening. They got on the way 2 halves of a thing get on. They sat together at meals. They walked together to lessons. By the end of the first fortnight they had developed the small private vocabulary of friends, in which a particular look across the breakfast table meant that toast should be passed and a particular eyebrow lifted across a corridor meant that Filch was around the next corner. Hermione Granger was harder. Hermione, in those early weeks, had decided that Harry was a person to be examined in some detail, the way a botanist might examine a new specimen. She read about him. She quoted things at him, from the books he was supposed to have been the subject of, with the bright unsparing attention of a girl who had not yet learned that the people around her were, on the whole, not as much like her as she might have hoped. She corrected him, in lessons. She corrected him in corridors. She corrected him, on the morning of the 3rd Monday, on the precise pronunciation of Wingardium Leviosa, in the patient voice of a girl who had been corrected herself, all her life, by people who did not know what they were correcting. Harry liked her very much. He liked her the way he had liked the girl on the climbing frame, who had been liked by no one else either, and whose wrist he had splinted. He liked her in the quiet, patient, stubborn way the American voice in his head had taught him to like people who did not know how to be liked. He liked her, in particular, on the morning Ron Weasley had said something unkind about her in the corridor outside Charms, and Hermione had walked past the 2 of them on the staircase pretending she had not heard. Harry had watched her go, and the spider sense in the back of his head had made a small precise indignant chord, and Harry had turned to Ron and said, very mildly, "Don't do that, please." Ron had blinked at him. "Don't do what?" "Don't say things like that about her." She heard. She always hears. She's a person, Ron. We can do better. Ron had gone red. Ron had gone redder than the Weasley hair. Ron had said, in the tight voice of a boy who had been told something he had not previously understood, "Right. Sorry." "Tell her, not me," Harry had said, kindly. It had taken Ron till Halloween to get round to it. But Harry had been patient. Harry was a patient man. 11 years in a cupboard, after all, had taught him patience the way a man learns patience by carving a name into a stone with his thumbnail. The wall crawling had been an accident. It had happened in the 2nd week, on a Tuesday, on the way back from Transfiguration. Harry and Ron had been walking down a corridor on the 4th floor with their arms full of books, and Hermione had been walking 3 feet ahead of them, and Peeves the poltergeist had picked exactly that moment to drop a chandelier. The chandelier had been brass and glass and weighed perhaps 200 pounds. The chandelier had been hovering above Hermione's head. The chandelier had begun, with the polite slow inevitability of a thing the spider sense had been watching for 10 seconds, to fall. The spider sense rang once, hard, between Harry's ears. Harry was already moving before he had thought about moving. His books were already on the floor, his hand was already on the wall. His feet, 3 seconds later, were on the wall as well, and he had run 6 paces straight up the vertical stone, planted both hands flat against the ceiling, kicked off, and launched himself in a long flat arc across the corridor toward Hermione. He hit her shoulder with his hip in mid-air, in a manner that would have been impolite under almost any other circumstance, and they went down together in a tangle of limbs and parchment 6 feet from where the chandelier landed, in pieces, on the floor. There was a pause, in which a small selection of dust settled, and a portrait 3 feet away said, in the cheerful drawl of a 16th century witch, "Oh, well done, dear." Hermione, beneath him, sat up. Hermione looked at Harry. Hermione looked at the chandelier. Hermione looked at the wall, and then the ceiling, where the small dark scuff marks of trainers ran in a clear line up the masonry and across the plaster. Hermione looked back at Harry. "You ran up the wall," said Hermione, in a voice as calm as a clear pond. "Yes," said Harry, from where he was sitting on the corridor flagstones with his knee bleeding onto a copy of Magical Theory. "And across the ceiling." "Yes. You don't have a wand in your hand." "No." Hermione paused. Hermione was, Harry had come to learn, a girl who paused before she said important things, in the same way that a chess player pauses before a move that has been calculated. "Do you do this often?" Hermione asked. "Often enough," said Harry. "Right," said Hermione. She gathered her parchment. She gathered her dignity, which had been only briefly mislaid. She got to her feet. "Well. I think we ought to have a conversation about that, Harry. After dinner. I shall be in the library. Don't be late." She walked away down the corridor with the upright bearing of a girl who had just been informed that one of the laws of physics had been bent in her honor, and who intended to file a polite letter of thanks about it later, when she was alone. Ron, who had been standing behind Harry for the entire performance with his mouth slightly open, let out a long careful breath. "Mate," said Ron. "Yes," said Harry. "You ran up the wall." "Yes." "How long have you been able to do that?" "Since I was 5. Ron thought about this. Ron, who had grown up in a magical household, had a more flexible model of the universe than Hermione did. Ron, when presented with the news that his friend could run up walls, did not feel obliged to recalibrate the universe, only to make a small footnote in it. "Brilliant," said Ron, after a moment, with the open delight of a small boy on a Christmas morning. "That's brilliant. What else can you do?" Harry considered the question. "I'd rather show you than tell you," he said. "After dinner." Hermione says the library. "Right," said Ron, gravely. "Library. After dinner." "Right." The library, at 8:30 that evening, contained Harry, Ron, Hermione, an empty section of shelves in the far corner where Madame Pants could not see them, and a small careful demonstration. Harry climbed the wall to the ceiling and back down. Harry shot a thin web from his wrist and caught a quill that Hermione threw across the table. Harry, on a whim, lifted the corner of an oak study desk with one hand to show that he could. Hermione had taken notes the entire time. Hermione had filled 3 pages, by the end, in her small neat handwriting, with diagrams and questions and underlined queries to herself. "Right," said Hermione, finally. "There are no spells in any of the books I have read that produce the effects I have just observed. Therefore, either the books are wrong, which I find unlikely, or you are doing something which is not a spell, which I find very interesting indeed." "Are you doing something which is not a spell?" said Harry. "Yes. I think so." "Where does it come from?" The American voice in his head, which had been very quiet during the demonstration in the way it always was when Harry was being himself in front of people who liked him, said, gently, "Tell her, Pete. She'll keep it. She's that sort." Harry told her. "Not all of it. Not the city of yellow taxis. Not, yet, the patient voice of an aunt he had never met. Not, yet, the boy in the red mask." He told her enough: the wall, age 5, the cupboard. The dreams. The web. The spider sense. The silent screaming voice in the back of his head that warned him before bad things happened. Hermione made notes. Ron, who was sitting beside Hermione, listened with the open attention of a boy who had been let in on a secret, and was determined to be worthy of it. When Harry was done, Hermione paused for some seconds. The pause had the quality her pauses had been having all evening, the quality of a chess player thinking. "Harry," she said, finally, in a voice from which something she had not previously chosen to lay down, had been laid down. Your secret is safe with me." "Of course." "Thank you," said Harry. Mine too, said Ron, quickly, as if he had been about to be asked. Harry did not say thank you again, because he had said it once and meant it, and because the saying of important things twice was a way of making them less important, not more. He inclined his head 1/4 inch, in the bearing of a small head of state who had just signed a treaty. Hermione closed her notebook. Hermione folded her hands. I would like, very much, to help you research it, Hermione said, in the voice of a girl asking permission to enter a room. I would like that very much, Harry said, in the voice of a boy granting it. Ron, who had been sitting between them in the slightly awkward position of a witness to a small important thing, cleared his throat. Can you, Ron asked, I mean, if you can run up walls and shoot web, can you, yes, said Harry, anticipating him. I expect we can have a chandelier falling on Hermione contingency plan. Before next week. Properly drawn up. Brilliant, said Ron. Brilliant. Hermione looked, for a half-second, as though she had something to say about being treated as an item in a contingency plan. Then she looked at Harry. Then she looked at the diagram of his wall running on her notes. Then she looked, in a different direction altogether, at the back of her own hand. Yes, she said, finally. I think I should like that. Thank you, Harry. Snape's first lesson, potions, double, Friday morning, the Slytherins beside them, was a small lecture and a long humiliation. Snape went down the register, calling names. He came to Potter. He stopped. Ah, said Snape, with the tiny dry smile of a man who had been waiting some time to make a particular small joke. Yes. Our new celebrity. The spider sense rang. The spider sense did not ring loudly, it rang in the patient careful way it rang at the suit of armor on the second-floor landing, the way it rang at things which were going to fall on him in some specific manner some specific time later, and which it was politely warning him about now. Harry, who had spent 11 years in a cupboard learning to keep his face still while a man who hated him said his name, kept his face still. Sir, said Harry, neutrally. Snape circled the room, as a teacher of long practice does, and began to ask Harry questions. The questions were not the questions in the textbook. The questions were the questions an examiner asks a student he intends to fail. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? What is the difference, Potter, between monkshood and wolfsbane? Harry, at the end of each question, in the brief pause Snape allowed for his answer, did the same thing. He said, I don't know, sir. He said it in the polite mild voice of a man who had not been to a magical primary school. He said it because, in the cupboard, you did not pretend to know things you did not know, because pretending was a way of getting the food taken away. He said it because the American voice in his head, low and steady at the back of his skull, was murmuring, easy, kid, easy. Don't bait him. Let him hang himself. Easy. 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 By the third question Snape's lip was curling. By the fourth, his voice had gone into the particular quiet pitch of a man who was about to be cruel. For your information, Potter, Snape said, asphodel and wormwood make a sleeping potion so powerful it is known as the draught of living death. A bezoar is a stone taken from the stomach of a goat and it will save you from most poisons. As for monkshood and wolfsbane, they are the same plant, which also goes by the name of aconite. Well? Why aren't you all copying that down? There was a flurry of quill scratching. Harry copied it down too. Harry copied it down with the patient handwriting of a man who had decided, at some point in the second question, that he was going to know everything in Snape's textbook by Christmas, and that he was going to know it better than Snape. The spider sense, beside him, rang one further small note. Harry caught it. The note was not, as the rest of the lesson had been, a note about Snape. The note was a different note. The note was the note the spider sense made when somebody on the other side of the room was about to do something stupid. Harry's eyes flicked sideways. Neville Longbottom was about to add the porcupine quills to his cauldron without taking it off the fire. Harry leaned across the bench. "Neville," he said, quietly. "Off the fire." Neville, who had been lifting the porcupine quills, paused. "Off the fire first," Harry said, the same quiet voice. "Then add." Neville moved his cauldron. The porcupine quills went in. The cauldron, which would otherwise have melted into a green hissing wreck, did nothing. Harry, in the polite silence that followed, did not look at Snape. The American voice in his head said, with the warmth of a man who had once been, in a different lifetime, a great fan of nerds, "Small things, kid. Small things." Snape's eyes, Harry knew without looking, were on him. 5 points from Gryffindor, Potter, said Snape, very softly. "For thinking you know better than your teacher." Harry did not say anything. Harry inclined his head 1/4 inch, in the polite bearing of a small head of state who had been called to account by an envoy of an unfriendly nation, and had elected to take the diplomatic loss with grace. The spider sense rang one further note, very faint, very far back. Harry filed it under, things to think about later. Quirrell's first lesson was defense against the dark arts on the same Friday afternoon. Harry had been preparing for it. Harry sat in the front row. Harry had Hermione on his left and Ron on his right, both of whom had been told, in the careful private voice of friends being entrusted with a job, that during this lesson Harry would be looking very intently at Professor Quirrell, and would they please, if anyone asked, say only that Harry was paying very close attention to his lesson, because of course he was. The lesson began. Quirrell, in his turban, stuttered through a description of the syllabus. Harry watched. Harry did not watch the lesson, Harry watched the back of the turban. He watched it for 45 minutes. He watched it the way a man watches a closed door which he has been told a snake might be behind. He watched it without staring. He watched it sideways, with his peripheral vision, with the small careful attention he had spent 11 years training on Vernon Dursley's hands. At minute 45, the back of the turban moved. Not much. Not the way a thing under cloth shifts when the wearer turns his head. The back of the turban moved in a way that was independent of the wearer. The back of the turban moved in the way a cat moves under a blanket when it is dreaming. The movement lasted 3/4 of a second. The spider sense rang once, hard, in confirmation, and then went quiet. Harry, who had been holding his quill perfectly still for 45 minutes, made a small precise note in the margin of his parchment. Thing in turban, alive. Mobile. Consents being looked at. Has chosen not to act yet. Why? He underlined the word yet. After class he stayed in his seat. He let everyone leave. Hermione gave him the small inquiring eyebrow, and he gave her the very small reassuring nod, and she went out. Professor, Harry said, in the polite voice of a small head of state. May I ask a question, sir? Quirrell, who was busying himself at his desk, looked up. His eyes, both of them, the front pair, settled on Harry's face. The spider sense rang quietly in the back of Harry's head, the patient way it had rung in the leaky cauldron, the way it rang at a closed door behind which a snake was waking. Oh, of course, Mr. Potter. I wondered what you thought, Harry said, conversationally, about the fundamental ethics of curse-breaking. Whether the act of removing a curse from a living thing constitutes a violation of the cursecaster's intent, or whether the welfare of the victim outweighs that intent, on the principle of bodily autonomy. There was a small pause. Quirrell, behind his desk, did not stutter. Quirrell, for 1/2 second, did not speak at all. His mouth had gone, on hearing the question, into the same flat closed line that an intelligent man's mouth goes into when he is being asked, by an 11-year-old, a question that has no intelligent 11-year-old's answer to it. Then Quirrell smiled. It was a small thin polite smile. It was a smile the front of him had borrowed, briefly, from somewhere else. The very interesting question, Mr. Potter, Quirrell said, after a moment, the stutter coming back as if he had remembered to put it on. I think the answer is, see context dependent. The ethics, the ethics of the, thank you, sir, Harry said, before Quirrell could finish the sentence. Most helpful. I'll think it over. He stood. He shouldered his bag. He inclined his head a quarter-inch. He walked out. In the corridor outside, he stopped. He waited, with his back against the wall, until the spider sense had gone perfectly quiet. Then he let his breath out, very slowly, in the long careful way a man lets his breath out who has just held it for a very long time. The American voice in his head said, with the kind of grim approval Harry was coming to recognize as its highest praise, "Kid. He saw you. Both of him. Be careful." "I will," said Harry, in the polite British half of his head. "I will." Halloween, in Harry's experience to date, had been a thing that happened to other people. It had been a thing that happened to Dudley, who got to dress up and go round Magnolia Crescent and come home with a bag of toffees the size of his head. It had been a thing that did not happen to Harry, who had stayed in the cupboard with the door bolted from the outside. Halloween, at Hogwarts, was a thing that happened to everyone, all at once, in the Great Hall, with floating pumpkins that turned out to weigh quite a lot when you peered up at them and a spread of food that defied the engineering principles of the table it was on. Harry was halfway through a slice of pumpkin tart when Quirrell came running into the hall with his turban askew and his eyes the size of saucers. "Troll, in the dungeons," Quirrell shrieked, in the voice of a man who had practiced his line in front of a mirror but had not, in the practicing, expected the line to be so much fun to deliver. "Thought you ought to know." He fainted, neatly, in the middle of the aisle. The spider sense, between Harry's ears, set up the highest ringing it had set up since the night of the cupboard wall. It was not the kill now or die ring, it was the something is wrong here in 3 different ways at once ring, the ring the spider sense made when an event was a distraction from the event behind it. Distraction, Harry thought, very precisely, into the back of his head, where the New Yorker lived. Distraction, the New Yorker agreed. "Hermione," said the New Yorker, after a half-second. Harry's head came up. He had been tracking, all afternoon, in the careful way he tracked everything, the position of the people he was responsible for. Ron was at his elbow. Neville was 3 seats down. Hermione had spent the afternoon in the girls' bathroom on the 2nd floor, crying, because Ron Weasley had spent 20 minutes that morning describing her, in colorful detail, to anyone in the corridor who would listen, in the wake of a charms lesson in which Hermione had corrected Ron's wand grip in front of everyone. She had not come to the feast. Nobody had told Hermione about the troll. Harry was already standing. Harry was already moving down the bench. The American voice in his head said, "Go, go, 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 go." Ron, beside him, was still chewing. "Ron," Harry said, in the small precise voice he had used in the cupboard. "Hermione." Ron, who had not spent 11 years in a cupboard but who had learned very fast over the past 2 months to listen to Harry's small precise voice, swallowed his pumpkin tart whole and stood. "Where?" Ron said. "2nd floor toilets. With me. Now." They went. They did not run. Running attracted attention, and Percy Weasley, 3 seats down, was already standing up and trying to organize the prefects. They walked, fast, with their heads down, in the rolling press of pupils being herded back to dormitories, and at the first staircase they peeled off and went up instead of down. They came out on the 2nd floor corridor at speed. The smell hit them first, a smell that was a mountain troll, the way a rotting cabbage is a vegetable. The spider sense was no longer ringing. The spider sense was howling. Hermione's voice, from inside the bathroom, was a small thin thread of sound that was not a scream, because Hermione was too dignified for screaming, but was the next thing along. Then there was a crash, the sound of porcelain disagreeing with a great deal of weight, and then Hermione's voice was small and high and saying, in the voice of a girl who had not previously believed in trolls, "Help! Help!" Harry kicked the door open. Harry kicked it with the precise economical kick he had practiced against the door of his cupboard at 3 in the morning every night for a year, and the door came off its hinges, and Harry went through. The troll was 12 feet tall. The troll was the color of old porridge. The troll had a club the size of a small tree. The troll had its back to the door and was, with the patient slow attention of a thing that was used to taking its time over a meal, swinging the club at the corner of the bathroom where Hermione was crouched between two broken cubicles with her wand out and her face pale and her mouth set in the small grim line of a girl who had already decided that if she was going to die she was going to do it correctly. The spider sense said, 30 degrees left. Now. Harry went 30 degrees left. The club came down where his head had been a quarter second earlier, embedded itself in a stone basin, and made the noise of a small mountain breaking up. The troll, looking surprised, swung again. Harry was up the wall. He was up the wall in 3 steps, and across the ceiling in 4, and dropping down behind the troll in 2. He hit the troll's shoulders with both feet. He stuck. The troll, who had not previously had a small boy on its back, made a confused noise and shook its head, and Harry, riding the shake, leaned over and shouted, in the polite voice of a small head of state addressing a head of state who did not speak the language, "Excuse me." The troll swung the club at its own back to dislodge him. The spider sense politely said, "Forward and right, 14 inches." Harry went forward and right, 14 inches, and the club went past his ear hard enough to part his hair. Ron, in the doorway, had his wand out. Ron, in the doorway, was shouting. Ron, in the doorway, had been about to attempt the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa, the spell Hermione had corrected him on, the spell he had not, until then, managed to correctly perform, and was succeeding, and the club, in the troll's hand, was beginning to drift, slowly, upward, against the troll's will. Harry put both palms flat against the back of the troll's neck. Harry shot 2 thick web lines, one from each wrist, in 2 different directions across the bathroom. He hit the far wall with the left line and the ceiling with the right, and he pulled, and the lines drew taut, and Harry stepped off the troll's back, in the same motion, into a long slow controlled web swing that took him to the corner of the room where Hermione was crouching. He landed beside her in a low crouch. "Hello," he said, mildly. "Bit awkward, this. Stay down." He turned. He shot a single thick line at the troll's club, where Ron's spell was holding it aloft. He looped the line around the club twice. He pulled hard, with both hands, and the club came out of the troll's grip and across the room and into Harry's hand. The club was about 3 times Harry's own weight. Harry held it with one hand, bouncing it once on his palm to get the heft. He did not hit the troll with it. He turned the club. He held it horizontally between his hands and braced it across the doorway behind him, and shouted, "Ron! Out! Now!" And Ron, who had the splendid quick reflexes of a boy with 5 older brothers and a great deal of practical experience of leaving rooms quickly, was out. Harry shoved the club crossways into the doorframe so that it wedged. He stuck a single web blob to one end and one to the other, anchoring it. He turned back to the troll, which was advancing on him empty-handed and confused. "Hermione," Harry said, conversationally, "have you got that levitation spell down properly?" "Why yes," said Hermione, behind him. "Good. The hand. The right hand. Now." She raised her wand. She said, in the small precise breathless voice of a girl who had been corrected once and remembered, "Wingardium Leviosa." The troll's right hand went up, very fast, and the troll, who had been unbalanced anyway, went over backward like a chimney. The troll's head hit the bathroom floor. The bathroom floor, being old and stone and used to such treatment, accepted the contribution. The troll did not get up. There was a long, slow silence. The bathroom contained 1 unconscious mountain troll, 2 upright 11-year-olds, 3 broken sinks, 1 wedged-in club blocking the door, and a great deal of dust slowly settling. Ron, from the corridor, said, in the small odd voice of a boy who had just done his first proper magic in front of his friends, "Mate. Yes, said Harry. You stood on it. Briefly. Hermione, on the floor beside Harry, was looking at the unconscious troll the way a girl might look at a maths problem that had unexpectedly resolved itself. She was, Harry noticed, breathing rather rapidly. He laid one hand on her shoulder, lightly, the way he had laid his hand on the shoulder of the girl at the climbing frame, and said, in the polite kind voice he had spent 11 years borrowing from an aunt he had never met, "You're all right. We're all right. We'll get out of this, Hermione. Just breathe." She breathed. Her breathing slowed. Her eyes came back into focus. She nodded once, briskly, in the bearing of a girl who had been thanked for her courage and intended to live up to it. Footsteps in the corridor. Many footsteps. Many adult footsteps. Harry sighed, in the small private way he had developed for moments which he could see would shortly require an explanation. "Right," he said. "Let me do the talking." Professor McGonagall came through the doorway first, having vanished the wedged-in club with a flick of her wand. Snape was behind her. Quirrell was behind him, looking, on his sudden recovery from his faint, extraordinarily disappointed about something. McGonagall took in the scene, the troll, the children, the broken sinks, the smear of web on the ceiling that was already evaporating into nothing, and her mouth set into the small grim line of a woman who was about to take a great many points off her own house. "What on earth," said McGonagall, very quietly, "were you thinking of?" Hermione's voice came in from beside Harry, before Harry could open his mouth. "It was my fault, Professor McGonagall." McGonagall blinked. "I went looking for the troll," Hermione said, in the small high clear voice of a girl who had read about exactly what to say in this kind of situation in a book about exactly this kind of situation. "I had read about them and I thought I could deal with it on my own. You see, I read so much about them, I thought I knew. Harry and Ron came in to find me. Just now. They wouldn't have known about it if I hadn't told them. They saved my life. If they hadn't found me I would probably be dead." Harry, beside her, did not move a single muscle of his face. The American voice in his head said, in the warm tone of a man unexpectedly proud of someone, "Oh, Pete. Oh, Pete. We are going to like this one a lot." McGonagall stared at Hermione for some seconds. McGonagall, Harry would later learn, was a woman who had been a teacher for 40 years, and who knew the precise difference between a story a child had made up on the spot and a story a child had been planning carefully for the past 5 seconds, and who had, in her time, lost a great many points to the latter and forgiven a great many of them. "Miss Granger," she said, with the particular calm of a woman about to lose 5 points from her own house. "You foolish girl. How could you think of tackling a mountain troll on your own? 5 points will be taken from Gryffindor for this. I am very disappointed in you. If you are not hurt, you had better get back to Gryffindor Tower. Students are finishing the feast in their houses." Hermione bowed her head. Hermione walked, with the small dignified step of a girl who had just lied magnificently for her friends, past Snape and out into the corridor. McGonagall turned to Harry and Ron. "Well, I still say you were lucky," she said, in a much softer voice. "But not many first years could have taken on a full-grown mountain troll. You each win Gryffindor 5 points. Professor Dumbledore will be informed. You may go." They went. In the corridor, the 3 of them walked back toward Gryffindor Tower without speaking. In the dim torchlight Hermione's face had the slightly stunned expression of a girl who had recently lied to a teacher for the first time in her life, and was waiting for the heavens to open, and was disappointed to find that they had not. Ron, beside her, kept stealing little sideways looks at her with the open fascination of a boy who had previously believed his understanding of Hermione Granger was complete and had just been told it was not. At the corner before the staircase, Hermione stopped. "Ron," she said. Ron, who had been steeling himself for this, swallowed hard. "I'm sorry," he said, in the small choked voice of a boy who had been raised by a mother who had taught him how. "I'm sorry, Hermione. What I said. I shouldn't be. It was rotten. Yes, said Hermione, it was rotten. She paused. Thank you for saying so. We'll say no more about it. Right, said Ron. Right. Hermione held out her hand, in the slightly formal way she had, and Ron, who had been the youngest of 6 brothers and had not previously been asked to shake the hand of a girl, shook it. The handshake was brief and businesslike. The handshake was, by the patient measurement of Harry Potter, who had been counting things since the age of 4.5, the moment in which the 3 of them became something that had not previously been one thing. Friends, said the spider sense, which had been quiet for some time and now politely chimed in. Yes, Harry agreed, in the polite British half of his head. Yes. Apparently so. He fell into step behind them. He let them walk in front of him, side by side, talking in the small embarrassed way of 2 people who had just completed an emotional negotiation. He let his eyes go, once, to the back of Hermione's bushy head and the back of Ron's red one, and he let himself, for one careful private second, be glad. The American voice in his head said, in the soft tone the New Yorker reserved for moments when something good had happened, with great power, kid. I know, said Harry. I had heard. Yes, said the New Yorker. I know you had. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, A broom, a mirror, and an argument with a headmaster. Harry had not asked to play Quidditch. Harry had not even known there was Quidditch to be asked to play. The way it happened was as follows. He had, on the morning of the 2nd Thursday in November, climbed up the wall of Gryffindor Tower at 2:30 in the morning to sit on the roof for an hour and look at the moon, because climbing things at 3 in the morning was a habit he was finding harder to break in a castle than he had on Privet Drive, and he had been seen, on his way down again, by Professor McGonagall, who had been crossing the courtyard on her way back from a midnight conversation with the headmaster. Most teachers, Harry had observed, would have shouted. McGonagall did not shout. McGonagall had, instead, walked over to the patch of wall Harry was descending, head down, in his pajamas and his trainers 2 sizes too small, and waited, with the small composed patience of a woman who had never in her life had to ask the same question twice. Harry had, when he reached the ground, inclined his head a 1/4 inch in his standard polite bearing. Professor, he had said. Mr. Potter. Yes, Professor. Would you, said McGonagall, in the flat voice in which she made all her most dangerous inquiries, care to explain to me why you have been climbing the side of the Gryffindor Tower in the middle of the night without the use of magic? The American voice in his head, which was still half asleep at 3 in the morning, said muzzily, Oh boy. Oh boy. Harry, who in 11 years had developed 3 separate and reliable strategies for dealing with adults who had caught him doing something he was not supposed to be doing, considered them one at a time. Strategy 1, pretend to cry, would not work on McGonagall, who was a Scotswoman. Strategy 2, pretend not to know what she was talking about, would not work on a teacher, who had eyes. Strategy 3, tell the truth in a way the adult could not entirely believe, was, in this case, the only available option. I like the view, Professor, Harry said. McGonagall held his eyes for some seconds. You like the view, she repeated. I find it restful, Professor. I sleep better afterwards. I shan't tell anyone, if you don't. McGonagall went on holding his eyes. Then, very slowly, the corners of McGonagall's mouth set into the small grim line that, in McGonagall, was the equivalent of laughter. The line lasted half a second. Mr. Potter, she said. Have you ever held a broom? No, Professor. You will, at 11, on Saturday morning. Madam Hooch will give you a beginner's lesson. After that you will report to Oliver Wood, who is the captain of my house team, on the Quidditch pitch at 1 o'clock. I shall write him a note. Harry blinked once. Professor. Your father was a seeker, Mr. Potter. By the time he was your age he was as airborne as a lark. I have been waiting for a very long time to find a first year who could make me consider, for the first time in a century, petitioning the headmaster for an exception to the no first years on the house team rule. I had not expected the petition to be so easy. She paused, with the small grim line returning. If you do not break your neck on Saturday morning, of course. I would like very much, Harry said, politely, not to break my neck on Saturday morning. Mr. Potter, said McGonagall, see that you do not. Saturday morning came. Harry held a broom for the first time. The broom rose into his hand, on the word up, with the cheerful immediate enthusiasm of a thing that had recognized its rider before its rider had recognized it. The American voice in his head said, with the awe of a man who had once, in his childhood, been in love with the idea of flying without a parachute and had given up on it some years before, oh, kid. Kid, kid, kid. We are going to be very good at this. We are, Harry agreed. He kicked off. He went up. He went up not the careful experimental way the other first years were going up, but in the long smooth way a man on a wall climbed if he was not bothered about the wall. He went up 20 feet. He went up 40. He hung above the pitch with his weight balanced over the broom in the unconscious way he had always balanced his weight over a thread, and he laughed, in the small private way Harry Potter laughed when he was very pleased about something, and the laugh carried, on the cold Saturday morning air, all the way down to the patch of grass where the rest of his class was looking up at him. He was, by Saturday afternoon, the youngest house Quidditch player in a century. Hermione had, when Harry told her about it, made a small precise note in the back of her notebook, and then looked up, and said, with the peculiar mixture of pride and worry she had developed for Harry, promise me you won't fall off. I will do my best, Harry said. I do have a contingency plan. What contingency plan? Web line to the goalposts. I have been practicing. I can shoot 115 yards now. 15 yards, said Hermione, who had been doing arithmetic on the question of how far it was from the center of the Quidditch pitch to the goalposts, is not a great deal. No, Harry agreed. 20 yards by Christmas, I think. 18 by next Saturday, said Hermione. Or I shall be very cross with you. 18 by next Saturday, Harry said, mildly. He made it to 22, in the event. The first match, Gryffindor against Slytherin, the first Saturday in November, drew a crowd. The crowd was the entire school, plus, Harry suspected from the size of the movement at the staff stand, a number of teachers who had come in their best robes specifically to watch the first-year seeker in 100 years to be seen in the air. Lee Jordan, the commentator, was making jokes. Professor McGonagall, beside Lee Jordan in the staff stand, was making the small grim line of her mouth into the Scottish equivalent of a beam. Harry was at the center of the pitch, on his Nimbus 2000, breathing slowly. The American voice in his head was saying, very quietly, in a voice that was not the New Yorker's usual cheer, kid. Kid. Be careful today. Spider sense up. Spider sense up, Harry confirmed. Madam Hooch blew her whistle. The quaffle went up. The bludgers went up. The snitch went up. The match began. For the first 8 minutes Harry circled. He kept altitude. He watched. He let his eyes, both pairs, the front and the back, do what they did. He logged the shape of the Slytherin seeker, a 6th-year boy named Higgs who had a perfectly competent broom and an entirely competent style. He logged the patterns of the bludgers, he logged the way Wood at the goalposts was concentrating, he logged Fred and George's beating, he logged, at the high seat, where the teachers sat, the position of Snape and the position of Quirrell. Snape was watching Harry. Quirrell was watching Snape. The spider sense rang once, faint, polite. Pay attention, the spider sense said. I am, said Harry. In the 9th minute, his broom bucked. It was not the sort of buck a broom does when its rider is overcorrecting. It was not a buck at all, in the technical Quidditch sense, it was a sudden, lateral, jerk, of the kind a horse makes when something has been rammed up under its saddle. The broom went 6 feet sideways. Harry, who had been balanced on it in the careful way he had been balanced for a month, did not fall, because Harry did not fall off things. The broom jerked again. The broom went 4 feet up. The broom went, then, 3 feet sideways, and twisted, and tried, with a precise and informed unkindness, to roll over. Harry did not fall. Harry hung on with both hands. The American voice in his head, in the calm clear professional tone of a man who had been here before, said, "Cursed. The broom is being cursed. Direct line of sight. Find the eyes." Harry, hanging on with both hands beneath a bucking broom, in front of 300 people, looked up across the pitch at the staff stand. The spider sense said, very precisely, 3rd row, 2 seats from the left. Both sets of eyes. Both sets of eyes, the American voice in his head agreed. Harry's eyes, in the half-second the broom was vertical, met the eyes of Professor Quirinus Quirrell. Quirrell was staring at him. Quirrell was staring at him with the absolute fixed attention of a man whose life depended on his concentration. Behind Quirrell, not in the seat behind him, but behind him in the sense in which a thing under a turban can be said to be behind a man, Harry could see, in the way Hermione had been able to see the wall in his diagram, a second pair of eyes, the eyes of something that did not have a body to hang them on, and was using Quirrell's spine to do its looking. The spider sense was, by then, screaming. Hermione, in the stands, was already moving. Harry could not see her, on a bucking broom 40 feet up, but he knew her. He knew her the way he knew Ron at his elbow at breakfast. She would have spotted Snape in the staff stand. She would have, in her small precise tactical way, decided that Snape was the one cursing Harry. She would be running for Snape's robes with a small private spell she had been working on, the Bluebell Flame spell from her mother's gardening book, with the perfectly reasonable intention of setting Snape's hem on fire as a distraction. She would be wrong about Snape. She would not, Harry thought, with the tiny precise calm of a man on a bucking broom, be wrong about the distraction. Right, Harry said, in the polite British half of his head. Right. He let go of the broom. He let go for half a second. Half a second was enough. In the half-second he flexed both wrists, he shot 2 thick web lines out, one at the underside of the broom handle, one at the goalpost on the Gryffindor side of the pitch, and let them anchor. He pulled. He brought the broom under control by the simple expedient of treating it, for the half-second of the Quirrell stare, as not a broom but a kite. The web line stiffened, the broom stopped bucking, and Harry, in a low controlled crouch, leaned forward and shot off across the pitch in a sudden directed dive, the kind of dive a seeker does when he has seen the snitch. He had not seen the snitch. The American voice in his head, however, in the patient clear tone of a man with a strategy, said, "He can't curse what he can't fix his eyes on. Move. Keep moving. Make him work for it." Harry moved. He moved fast. He moved in the long unpredictable arcs of a man who had been swinging from the rooftops of Privet Drive for 2 years and knew exactly what an unpredictable arc looked like. He went up. He went down. He went into a barrel roll the chasers below him did not understand and the commentator above him could not name. The broom, under him, tried at intervals to buck again. Harry, at each interval, simply moved, and the curse, robbed of a steady focus, slid uselessly off the broom handle into the cold November air. In the staff stand, Hermione had reached Snape. The Bluebell Flame caught in his robes. Snape stood up, hissing. Quirrell, in the staff stand, broke eye contact. The broom under Harry steadied at once. The spider sense made a small precise note, the kind of note a watchmaker makes in his ledger after solving a problem. Confirmed, the spider sense said. Quirrell. Not Snape. Confirmed, Harry agreed. Now, the snitch, then. The snitch was 30 feet below him, beside the Slytherin keeper's left ankle, hovering in the cold air like a small mechanical bee. Harry dived. He dived past Higgs, who had been watching the snitch as a seeker watches a snitch and had been waiting for it to move. He dived in the long clean arc of a man falling out of a window with a rope. He came up 6 inches off the ground, with the snitch in his fist and the broom under him at half speed, and rose, very slowly, in the polite reverse direction of a man who had been falling and had now, with one hand, decided not to fall any more. The pitch erupted. He held the snitch up, in the small bemused way of a man who had not been entirely sure he was going to catch it, but was pleased to have done so, and let himself, in the air, smile. The American voice in his head said, "Kid. Show pony." "It was right there," Harry replied. "I would have had to be very polite not to take it." "Yes," said the New Yorker, in the warm tone he used when Harry had done something he approved of. "Yes. You are getting cocky. We will work on it." He landed. He let himself, for one careful second, be hugged by Wood, who had his arms around Harry's shoulders and was shouting something incoherent that translated as "a wonderful thing has happened," in the way of all true Quidditch captains. He let himself be picked up by the rest of the team. He let himself be carried back to the changing rooms. He did not, in front of any of them, look up at the staff stand. Up at the staff stand, however, Snape, having put the bluebell flames out with a flick of his wand and a face like a thunderstorm, was already looking down, very precisely, at Hermione Granger, and Quirrell, beside Snape, was, with the small composed patience of a snake that had recently been disturbed in its lair and would later return, putting his turban straight. The conversation with Snape, 3 days later, had not gone well. Harry had walked into Snape's office without knocking. He had walked in because Hermione, in the library that morning, had spent an hour patiently explaining to him that confronting a teacher, in the privacy of his own office, with a calm inquiry about whether he had been cursing a student, was not the way one did things at Hogwarts, and he had, after listening to her with the polite attention he always gave Hermione, decided to do it anyway, because the way one did things at Hogwarts was a thing Harry was, by nature, less interested in than most. Snape had been brewing something black and viscous. The spider sense had quietly registered the cauldron as not, on the whole, a thing one wished to be near for long. "Sir," Harry had said. Snape had not looked up. "Mr. Potter. You did not curse my broom on Saturday." There had been, then, a long pause, in which Snape laid down a small pewter spoon with great precision and looked up at Harry over his cauldron. "You have come into my office," Snape said, very slowly, "to inform me of my own innocence." "Yes, sir." "How fascinating. Is there a particular reason, Mr. Potter, you wish me to know that you know I am innocent of a crime you did not, until this moment, formally accuse me of?" "2 reasons, sir," Harry had said. "First, because Miss Granger believed it was you, and set fire to your robes, and I would like you not to take it out on her. Second, because I know which of the staff did curse my broom, and I wanted you to know that I know, in the hope that you and I might find ourselves, in the months ahead, with a common interest." Snape, behind his cauldron, had gone perfectly still. The pause that followed had been one of the longest pauses in Harry's experience. "And which member of the staff," said Snape, eventually, in the soft dangerous voice of a man choosing each syllable, "do you imagine cursed your broom, Mr. Potter?" "Professor Quirrell, sir." A second pause. "Have you any evidence?" "No, sir. Only the eye contact pattern. The broom moved when his eyes were on it. The broom stopped when his eyes were not. I observed this." "You observed this?" "Yes, sir. From the back of a broom which was attempting, with some enthusiasm, to murder you." "Yes, sir." A third pause. The black viscous something in the cauldron shifted, by itself, from one shape to another shape, as though it had taken an interest in the conversation. "Get out of my office, Potter," Snape had said, in a voice so quiet it was barely audible. "Now. Before I take points. We will not discuss this conversation again." "Sir." Harry had inclined his head a quarter inch, in his standard polite bearing, and walked out. He had not, on his way out, mentioned the spider sense. He had not mentioned the second pair of eyes. He had not mentioned the New Yorker in his head. Snape, Harry had concluded, was a man who would already have built a great many of his own theories about Quirrell, on the strength of a great many small things he had himself observed. Harry was offering him a confirmation, not a discovery. Confirmations, in Harry's experience, were a thing one offered without elaboration. He had walked back to Gryffindor Tower in a thoughtful silence. The American voice in his head, once or twice, had said, "Kid, that man is going to come around in his own time. Be patient." "I am patient," Harry had said. "I have been told, on good authority, that I am very patient." The American voice in his head had laughed, very softly, in the back of Harry's skull. The conversation with Quirrell had been shorter. Harry had stayed after Defense Against the Dark Arts on the following Friday. He had let everyone leave. He had walked up to Quirrell's desk in the same polite measured walk with which he had walked up to Snape's cauldron. He had inclined his head a quarter-inch. "Professor," he had said. "Why yes, Mr. P. Potter. I would like to thank you for your interest, sir." There had been, then, the small still pause that Quirrell sometimes did, the pause in which the front of him forgot, for a half-second, to be the front of him. The eyes had stayed politely on Harry. "Am I interest?" Quirrell had said. "Yes, sir. In my Quidditch performance. I noted it, last Saturday. I was pleased to know I had a Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher who was paying such close attention to my flying. I always pay close attention to my students, Mr. P. Potter." "How kind of you, sir. I shall certainly try to live up to it." Quirrell had said nothing. Harry had inclined his head a quarter-inch more. He had walked out. He had not, on his way out, looked back at the turban. In the corridor he had paused, just for a moment, with his back against the cold stone of the wall. He had let his breath out in the long careful way he was learning to let his breath out after these conversations. The American voice in his head had said, in the tight dry tone of the New Yorker at his most professional, "Kid. He knows you know." "Yes," said Harry. "What's behind him knows you know." "Yes. That makes you a target." "I have been a target since I was 1.5, said Harry, evenly. "I would prefer the targeting were done by someone I could see." The New Yorker had been quiet for some seconds. Then the New Yorker had said, in the soft particular tone he saved for moments of approval, "Pete. Kid. You are doing this right." "Thank you," said Harry. He had walked back to dinner. The Mirror found him, 3 weeks later, the way important things tend to find people who were not looking for them. He had been on a midnight wander. The wander had not been to anywhere, the wander had been to nowhere, in particular, in the way small boys who could climb the ceilings of disused corridors sometimes wandered. He had been holding the cloak in one hand. The cloak, the invisibility cloak, had been delivered to him on Christmas Eve, by an owl, with no return address, only a small note in handwriting Harry did not recognize, that said, "Use it well. Your father would have wanted you to have it." The handwriting was, Harry thought, the same handwriting as a great many of the letters that had arrived at Privet Drive. It was thin and slanted and old. It was, in Harry's private theory, the handwriting of a headmaster. The Mirror was in a disused classroom on the 3rd floor. Harry had pushed open the door because the spider sense had given the door a small interested chord, not a warning, not a danger, just the chord of an attention being drawn, and behind the door there had been a high-ceilinged stone room with one piece of furniture in it, in the center of the floor, draped in a long velvet sheet. He had pulled the sheet off. The Mirror was tall and gold-framed and wide enough to walk through. The Mirror had, around its top, a long inscription in writing Harry had to tilt his head sideways to read. "Erist stra eru oit uber kafru oit onwosi." He had read it slowly. The American voice in his head had read it slowly with him. Then, between them, in the back of the head where they both lived, they had reversed it. "I show not your face but your heart's desire." Harry had stood in front of the mirror for perhaps 90 seconds before he looked into it. He had looked into it, in the end, slowly, in the careful way a small boy who had learned to be careful about important things looked at important things. There were, in the mirror, 3 people standing behind him. The first was a woman with red hair and green eyes. She had a hand on his shoulder. She had a face Harry had only previously seen in the small black and white photograph Hagrid had given him, in an album, the week he had arrived at Hogwarts. She was smiling at him in the small soft particular smile that mothers do, in the photograph, but with the eyes alive and warm, and the hand on his shoulder was the hand of a woman who had not, in the picture, been able to put her hand on him. The second, beside her, was a man with messy black hair and Harry's face, 10 years older. He was grinning, in a way Harry could not remember anyone ever grinning at him. He had his arm around the woman's shoulders. He, too, had a hand on Harry, on the other shoulder, the one the woman was not touching. Harry had stood very still in front of the mirror for some time. Then, behind the woman with the red hair, between his mother's shoulder and his father's, he saw the third person. The third person was a small gray-haired woman, in a flowered apron, who was smiling at him in the slightly amused fond way of a woman who had been waiting some time for an introduction. She was holding a cup of tea in one hand. She was not looking at the mirror, she was looking at the others, the people in front of her, who were her family, she was making clear, as much as the people in front of her own family. She was wearing the apron of a kitchen Harry had only ever visited in dreams. Harry, in front of the mirror, did not say anything for some time. The American voice in his head was, for the first time he could remember, perfectly silent. Then the American voice in his head said, very softly, in a voice that was no longer professional and no longer dry, "Oh." "Yes," Harry agreed. "May," said the New Yorker. "May," Harry agreed. "She is here," the New Yorker said. "With them." "She was always going to be here," Harry replied, in the polite British half of his head. "They have made room." He stood in front of the mirror for a very long time. He stood in front of it long past the time when he ought to have been back in his bed. He stood in front of it until the candle by the door had burned almost down to the brass holder, and the cold of the stone floor had seeped up through the soles of his trainers, and he was shivering in his pajamas, and the mirror was the only thing in the room that was warm. When at last he turned slowly. He pulled the sheet back over the mirror, the way one might draw a curtain across a window into a private room. He carried the cloak under his arm. He walked back to Gryffindor Tower in the quiet of the late hour, with the candle in the holder going out behind him. He did not tell Hermione about the mirror. He did not tell Ron about the mirror. He did not tell anyone about the mirror, except, 3 nights later, an old man with a long silver beard who came to find him. Harry had gone back to the mirror 3 nights running. Each time he had stood in front of it for a smaller amount of time than the night before. Each time he had walked back to Gryffindor Tower a little more slowly. The third night he had stayed only 10 minutes, and walked back, and gone to sleep, and woken at 3 in the morning with his hands flat against the wall above his head, in the old position, the bat position, as if he had remembered, in his sleep, who he was. On the 4th night, when he opened the door of the disused classroom, Albus Dumbledore was sitting on the floor in front of the mirror, in a long purple dressing gown and a pair of carpet slippers, with the cloak draped neatly over the arm of the empty chair beside him. "Good evening, Harry," said Dumbledore. "Good evening, Headmaster," said Harry. He sat down on the floor beside Dumbledore. They did not say anything for a moment. The mirror, in front of them, showed Dumbledore his own desire. Harry could not see what it was, and Harry did not look. Looking at another man's heart's desire seemed, to Harry, the kind of small private violence one ought not to commit on a headmaster. "I see you, like so many before you, have discovered the pleasures of the Mirror of East," said Dumbledore, eventually. "Yes, Headmaster. You do not know what it does, perhaps." "I worked it out, sir," said Harry, mildly. "It shows the deepest, most desperate desire of one's heart." Dumbledore turned his head a quarter-inch. The blue eyes were on Harry. Harry, who had been looked at by all kinds of adults in his 11 years, had not been looked at quite like this before. The look was not unkind, the look was not even, in any of the measurable senses, evaluative, the look was the look a man gives to another man to whom he is about to say something true, and is taking his time. "Yes," said Dumbledore. Yes, I see. I might have known. He paused. He smiled, faintly, in his beard. Tell me, Harry. What did you see? Harry told him. He told him about the woman with red hair and the man with messy black hair. He told him about Lily and James. He paused, then, and did not, for a moment, tell him about the third person, because the third person was a different category of secret. He did not tell him about the city of yellow taxis or the boy in the red mask. But Dumbledore, beside him, was quiet in a particular waiting way, in the way of a man who knew when something had been left out of a sentence, and Harry, looking at the candle by the door, thought, for some seconds, about which kind of trust this was. In the end he chose to trust. There was a third person, Harry said. Was there? A woman in a flowered apron. Grey hair. With a cup of tea. She was not someone I have ever met. Ah, said Dumbledore. There was a long careful pause. Dumbledore's voice, when he spoke again, had an interested but unsurprised quality, the quality of a man being told something he had been suspecting for a while. Tell me, Harry. Have you been hearing voices since you were small? The American voice in his head said, very softly, oh, kid. He knows. Yes, sir, Harry said. Two voices, I should think. One of a man, and one of a woman. Yes, sir. And the man in the voice, would I be correct in thinking he sounds, to your ear, somewhat, American? Harry turned his head, slowly, to look at the headmaster. Sir, he said, very carefully. How do you know that? Dumbledore smiled again, in his beard. The smile had the small private quality of a man who had just had a long suspicion confirmed and was, in his own quiet way, pleased. There are very, very old branches of our magic, Harry, said Dumbledore, which concern the journeys a soul takes between lives. They are not popular subjects of study, most witches and wizards have no need to think about them. Once, a very long time ago, I wrote a thesis on the subject. I was younger then. He paused. When you were brought to my attention, as a baby, after the events at Godric's Hollow, your scar was unusual. I have spent 11 years, on and off, considering several possibilities about what its presence meant. The voices you have been hearing tell me, I think, what one of those possibilities was. You think, Harry said, slowly, I am somebody else, as well as me. I think you are Harry Potter, principally, said Dumbledore, gently. I think Harry Potter is the boy I am sitting on the floor beside. But I think Harry Potter has been, fortified, perhaps, by the memory of another life, in another place. I think your soul has done a small, very rare, and very hard thing, Harry. I think it has kept its furniture across the move. Harry sat with that. Harry sat with it for some time. Sir, he said, after a while. If that is true, what was his name? Dumbledore turned his face toward Harry. The blue eyes were soft. I do not know his name, Harry. I would not even know how to find out. It is a thing only you, in the end, can know, and perhaps only by listening, very patiently, to the voice in your head until it tells you. Some things, I think, can only be heard when the person hearing them is ready. The American voice in his head said, very softly, I am, kid. Whenever you want me to. Harry considered the candle. The candle considered him back. Outside, in the corridor, the small shuffling sound of a portrait turning over in its sleep came and went. Headmaster, Harry said, eventually. If I do not come back to this room, would that be wise? Wise, said Dumbledore, is not a word I would readily apply to anything in this castle, Harry. But I think it would be, kind. To yourself. I am going to move the mirror tomorrow. To a place where it cannot be easily found. I have a use for it. I think it has done you the service it can do you, for now. And I think you have a great deal else to attend to. Yes, sir. Harry, said Dumbledore, after another small pause. May I ask you something? Of course, sir. What does Professor Quirrell teach you, in his lessons? Harry looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked at the candle. Sir, Harry said, carefully. He teaches us very little, on the surface. Below the surface, and this is only my impression, I have no proof, I think he is doing something quite different. I think there is, somebody behind him. I think they are after the thing that was in the high-security vault in Gringotts in July. I think it is now in this castle. I think the third-floor corridor exists for the purpose of preventing them from reaching it. He paused. Sir, Harry said, I have not gone into the third-floor corridor. I do not intend to. But I would not be surprised if, in the course of this academic year, the question of going into it became pressing. There was a very long silence beside him. Then Dumbledore, beside him, drew in his breath, very slowly, as a man does when he has been listening to a child describe, with perfect calm, the precise outline of a strategic situation he had thought only himself and a very small number of his colleagues had been aware of. Harry, said Dumbledore, quietly, after the breath had gone out again. In all the years I have been at this school, I have never been more glad to have a student in front of me, on a stone floor, in his pajamas, telling me something I already knew, than I am tonight. Harry, beside him, inclined his head a quarter-inch. Thank you, sir. You are very welcome. Dumbledore got, with the small slightly stiff motion of an old man, to his feet. He held out a hand. Harry took it. Dumbledore drew him up. He laid one hand on Harry's shoulder, in the same place, Harry noted with the careful clinical part of him, as Lily Potter had laid her hand on him in the mirror. Go back to bed, Harry. And when the question becomes pressing, I would be obliged if you would come and tell me first. I will try, sir, Harry said. The phrasing was honest. The honesty registered, very faintly, as a small interested chord in the back of Dumbledore's eye, and was, Harry suspected, filed by the headmaster under, things to be very pleased about, later. He walked back to Gryffindor Tower with the cloak over his arm and the candle in his hand and the sound of Dumbledore's slippers receding up the opposite corridor behind him. In his bed, in the dark, with his hands flat against the wall above his head in the bat position, Harry lay for some time without sleeping. He thought about the mirror. He thought about the Aunt May with the cup of tea. He thought about James and Lily Potter standing behind him with their hands on his shoulders, not knowing they were sharing the picture with another woman who had also raised him, and in the quiet of his own head he made a small private promise, to all three of his parents, that he would not walk away from any of them again. And then, in the polite British half of his head, he turned to the New Yorker and said, "What was your name?" There was, for a long moment, no reply. Then the New Yorker, in the soft particular voice he saved for things he had not previously been ready to say, replied, "Peter, Harry. Peter Parker. From Forest Hills, Queens. We took the Q train. We loved a girl named Mary Jane. We had an aunt named May. We wore a red mask. We are very, very glad to meet you." Harry, in the dark of his canopy, lay very still. "Hello, Peter," he said, in the polite British half of his head, eventually. "Hello, Harry," said the New Yorker. "It is," said Harry, "very nice to meet you, finally." "It is," said Peter Parker, "very nice indeed." Harry slept. In the dark, in the dormitory, with the small assorted snores of 4 other boys around him, he slept the deepest sleep he had ever slept, the sleep of a boy who had, finally, put all of his ghosts in the same room, and asked them to please, please, get along. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, The Mirror. Again the question became pressing on the Wednesday before the end of June. Harry had spent the spring, with the careful attention of a small head of state, doing 2 things at once. The first was passing his exams, which he did, in the patient methodical way Hermione had taught him to do, by reading the whole of every textbook twice. The second was watching Quirrell. The watching had borne small fruit. The watching had taught him that Quirrell did not eat in the Great Hall on Tuesdays. The watching had taught him that Quirrell took, on Friday nights, long walks through the corridors outside the third-floor right-hand passage, and stopped, on 3 separate occasions Harry had observed, at the door, before walking on. The watching had taught him that the spider sense, when Harry passed Quirrell in a corridor, had begun to ring not in the puzzled questioning chord of the leaky cauldron, but in the sharp clear chord of an alarm clock that had been set for a precise time and was now ringing because the time had come. The question became pressing, at last, when Hagrid had told Harry, in a passing remark over a flagon of mead at his hut, that he had won a dragon's egg in a card game from a stranger in the Hog's Head, a stranger whose face had, naturally, been hidden under a hood, and that the stranger had been very interested in hearing about the kinds of creatures Hagrid had cared for over the years, and whether dragons were difficult to handle, and how to get past, for example, a Cerberus. Hagrid, Harry had said, very quietly, with the small careful patience of a man who had been waiting some time for one of 2 pieces of a puzzle to land in front of him. How do you get past a Cerberus? Easy enough, Hagrid had said, scratching his beard. Yeah, just play a bit of music. They go right off to sleep. Shouldn't have told ya that. He had stopped. He had stared at Harry. The dawning expression of a man who has just realized he has been an absolute fool had crept up his face slowly, in the way the sun comes up behind a hill. Harry had laid one hand, very gently, on Hagrid's giant forearm. It's all right, Harry had said. I'm going to go and tell Professor Dumbledore. The Professor Dumbledore he intended to tell, however, was, it transpired, on Harry's polite inquiry at the door of his office, the same Wednesday afternoon, not in the castle. Professor Dumbledore had been called away to London on urgent ministry business. Professor Dumbledore would, the gargoyle informed Harry in the placid voice of a stone gargoyle, return tomorrow. Harry had stood in the corridor outside the gargoyle for some seconds. The American voice in his head, Peter, now, the New Yorker had a name now, the having of names had made everything firmer, said, very quietly, kid. That's the move. They got him out of the way. Yes, said Harry. Tonight, said Peter. Tonight, Harry agreed. He had walked back to the Gryffindor common room and laid the situation out in 17 sentences for Ron and Hermione, who had heard it without interrupting. Hermione, at the end of the 17th sentence, had closed her book and set her face into the particular set face she used when there was a thing to be done and arguing about it would only waste time. Right, she had said, briskly. What do we need? A flute, Harry had said. Hagrid gave me one for Christmas. I have it. The cloak. My wand. Ron's wand. Yours. A box of matches. Webs. Everything else we improvise. And away past Mrs. Norris, Ron had said. And away past Mrs. Norris, Harry had agreed. And what, exactly, Hermione had asked, in the small precise voice she used when she wanted a thing said straight out, do you intend to do, Harry, when you find Professor Quirrell at the bottom of the corridor? Harry had thought about that. I intend to keep him from getting the stone, Harry had said. If he is alone. I intend, if I can, not to fight him, I intend to delay him, until Professor Dumbledore returns. I do not, on any account, intend either of you to fight him. What happens, Hermione had asked, in the same level voice, if he is not alone? Then, Harry had said, we improvise. Brilliant, Ron had said, quietly. Improvise. Right. They had eaten dinner. They had gone, at 9:30, ostensibly to bed. They had met in the common room at midnight under the cloak. They had crept out, for invisible feet on a small staircase, into a castle that had, at midnight, finally remembered to be a castle. The third-floor corridor on the right-hand side was in front of a heavy wooden door. The door, when Harry tried it, was already very slightly ajar. Through the gap, Harry could hear, in the still dark of the corridor, the sound of 3 large dogs all snoring at once. Hermione, beside him under the cloak, had let out a long careful breath. Ron, she had whispered. Ron, Quirrell's already gone in. It's happening now. Right, Ron had said. Right. Harry had pushed the door the rest of the way open. He had not played the flute, it was already playing itself, on the floor in the corner of the room, in a small wooden enchantment Quirrell had conveniently left behind for the next visitor, and the Cerberus, all three of its enormous heads pillowed on its enormous forepaws, was producing the deep rolling snore of a large mammal in the middle of an excellent dream. The trapdoor was open in the floor between the dog's paws. Harry, Hermione, and Ron had looked at the trapdoor. Nobody who wasn't us, Hermione had observed, quietly, would have left that open. No, Harry had agreed. He's expecting whoever follows him to follow him. He thinks no one would. Or he's set traps. Both, Ron had said, after a moment. Both, probably. They had gone down. They had landed on a soft thing. The soft thing had wrapped two slow tendrils around Harry's ankle. The American voice in Harry's head, who was a New Yorker but who had also spent a great deal of his earlier life being a high school student of biology, had said, immediately, "Devil's snare. Hates light. Hates fire. Hermione, the matches." Hermione had been, at that moment, already rolling smoothly out of the tendrils with the small swift composure of a girl who had read about Devil's Snare in magical draughts and potions and who was not, in any case, the kind of student who ever forgot a textbook fact. She had her wand out. The bluebell flame she had used in the Quidditch stand sprang to her hand, blue and cool and bright, and the Devil's Snare drew back with the small offended noise a thing makes when it is being asked to release its dinner. They got off the plant. They went down a corridor. They came to a door. They opened the door. They stepped, all three of them, into a high-ceilinged room which had, fluttering in the air above their heads, 1,000 small bright flying somethings. Birds. Ron had said. Keys, Hermione had said. Keys, Harry had agreed. The spider sense had given a small interested chord. He had walked across the room to the second door, on its far side, and tried the handle. The door was locked. The lock was old and brass and large. One of these keys, Harry had said, looking up at the cloud of small bright things, fits. The rest, I expect, are decoys. Look, brooms. He's already used one, Ron had said. Look, there's a key with a bent wing. He left it for us, Hermione had said, her voice even tighter than usual. It's the right key, Harry had said. He damaged it on the way through. Whoever follows him would not know which key was the one he used unless he marked it for them. He wants to be followed. Harry, Hermione had said, are you sure? Up, Harry had said. He had not taken the broom. He had simply launched up the wall and along the ceiling at a long flat run. The spider sense, very pleased, had given him every twist and turn before each key noticed him. He had pulled the bent-winged key out of the air with one hand and dropped down on the door side and unlocked the door with the cheerful patient expression of a man who had practiced, over the spring, getting through doors fast. The next room had been a chess board the size of the great hall. Behind them, the door had locked itself. Ahead of them, the chessmen had stood with their faces toward them in the silent unmoving way of large stone things waiting for an instruction. Ron had gone the color Ron went when chess was nearby. This one, Ron had said, in the small private voice of a man who had finally been told he was needed, this one is mine. Let me do this. Hermione, you take the Queen's bishop, Harry, you take the Queen's rook, I'll be a knight. He had directed them, in his small precise tactical voice, the way a 5'3" 11-year-old commands an army when he has known the rules of the army's game for a long time. He had moved the pieces with the small careful patience of a man who knew what he was doing. The white pieces, when the white pieces had moved against them, had moved to break their center, and Ron, on his stone knight, had said in the same small precise voice, I have to be the one taken. It's the only way you can get to the king. Ron, Hermione had said. It has to be me. Hermione, listen, it has to be me. The knight covers the file. The pawn can't take Harry from this position once you're past the rook. I've worked it out. It has to be me. Harry, on his stone rook beside the king's bishop, had not said anything. Harry had wanted very much to say a great many things, in the polite British half of his head, but in the polite British half of his head he had also known, with the small precise calm of the spider sense which had been singing patiently in his ears for 10 seconds, that Ron Weasley was right, that the chess problem in front of them resolved, at this point, in exactly the way Ron Weasley had said it resolved. That to argue with him would be to disrespect a friend's work. "I can web you out," Harry had said, instead, in the small careful voice of a man trying to compromise. "When the White Queen takes you, I can be there in 2 seconds. I will get you out. You need to be on the king's side, Harry," Ron had said, "or we can't checkmate. I'll be all right. They don't kill the captured pieces. Just stuns them. That's how the game is." "Ron, you go on," Ron had said, very firmly. "You go on, Harry. Hermione. Both of you. You go on. I'm fine. I'll see you tomorrow at breakfast. Bacon and eggs, my treat, and I'll have stories." Hermione, who had been holding very tight to the corner of her stone bishop's plinth, had nodded, once, briskly, in the way she nodded when there was a thing to be done and arguing about it would only waste time. "Bacon and eggs," she had said. "I shall hold you to that, Ronald Weasley." Bacon and eggs, Ron had agreed. "Now. The White Queen, please, and try to look like a knight when she comes for you. Make it look good." The White Queen had come down the board with the long stately tread of a stone in motion. She had taken Ron's knight. She had struck him from the saddle with her scepter and Ron had landed 20 feet away on the marble floor with the small thud of an unconscious 12-year-old. Harry, in the same instant, had shot one quick web line, anchored it under the Queen's marble heel, and stuck it. He had stuck the other end to the back of Ron's collar, and as the Queen stepped forward the line had drawn taut and dragged Ron out from under the next moving piece, into a safe corner. The Queen had not noticed. The Queen, having captured a piece, was a piece with no further intention. "Right," Harry had said, in his small calm voice. He had glanced back at Hermione. "On you go." They had finished the match. The White King had laid down his sword. The board had cleared. The next door had opened. Harry, in passing the White Queen, had inclined his head a quarter-inch, in his polite bearing, in case any of the pieces were paying attention. Through the next door had been a smell. The smell had been the smell of a mountain troll, which is, by then, a smell Harry had become familiar with. The mountain troll, however, had been already on its back, unconscious, with a great red lump rising on its head. Quirrell, ahead of them, had been efficient with his trolls. Harry, with the small careful expression of a man who would have been more impressed if Quirrell had been less reliable, had stepped over the troll and gone on through the next door. The next room had been a small stone chamber containing one stone table, on the table 7 bottles of varying shapes, and a curl of paper. Behind them, when they entered, a wall of purple flame had sprung up in the doorway, sealing them in. Ahead of them, a wall of black flame had risen at the far door. Hermione, beside Harry, had read the curl of paper. Hermione had thought for some seconds. Hermione, who was very good at this kind of problem, had set out the bottles in a row and pointed to the smallest one. "That one to go forward through the black fire," she had said. "And that one, the round one, to go back through the purple. The smallest only has enough for one of us, Harry. The round one has enough for one of us." "Right," Harry had said. He had laid one hand on the small bottle. He had laid the other on the round bottle. "You go back," he had said. "Get the broom from the keys room. Get Ron to safety. Send an owl to Dumbledore. Hedwig is in the Ollery, she'll find him in London. I'll go forward. Harry, Hermione. Listen. I am a thing that does not, on the whole, die when other things try to kill it. We have established that. You are a girl who does, on the whole, die when those things try to kill her. We have not established that. Please. The broom. Ron. The owl. Tonight, please. Hermione had stared at him for some seconds. Hermione, who was good at arguments, had looked, in those few seconds, as though she was running through 5 different arguments and discarding each one, in turn, on the merits, the way the chess problem had been resolved by Ron. Then Hermione had taken 3 quick steps across the chamber and had thrown her arms around Harry's neck in a hug fierce enough to crack ribs less fortified than Harry's, and had kissed him, very fast, on the cheek. You come back, Harry Potter, she had said, in the small unsteady voice she had been holding back for 10 minutes. You come back, or I shall be very cross with you. I will, Harry had said. She had drunk the round bottle. She had walked back through the purple flame. She had not looked back, because looking back was a thing that did not, on the whole, help in such moments. The flame had closed behind her. Harry, alone in the chamber, had stood for a count of 3 beats. Then he had drunk the small bottle. The potion had gone down his throat like ice. He had walked through the black flame. The flame had not burned him, it had touched him with the cool clean touch of a thing that knew it was not, this time, allowed to. He had stepped out into the next chamber. Quirrell, in the center of the chamber, was standing in front of a tall gold-framed mirror. The mirror. Harry, in the doorway, did not move. He let his eyes go round the chamber. There was no one else in the room. There was, above the mirror, the inscription Erist stra eru oit uber kafru oit onwosi. There was, on the floor beside the mirror, a short trail of dark green liquid that had dripped from the corner of Quirrell's mouth. There was, behind Quirrell, the thing the spider sense had been singing about for 9 months, at varying degrees of urgency, and which it was now singing about at the highest frequency Harry had ever experienced. Quirrell turned. The small still pause was on him, the mouth was a flat closed line, the eyes were wholly elsewhere, in the way a man's eyes are elsewhere when he is being, by another, used. Potter, said Quirrell. I had wondered whether I would meet you here. Hello, Professor, said Harry, in his polite small bearing. I expected you would have wondered. I came to see if I could keep you from doing what you came down here to do. You, interrupted, Quirrell began, and then his face did the small awful subtle shift of a man who had just been pulled aside by his own tenant. The voice that came out next was not Quirrell's voice. The voice was high and cold and clear, and even hearing it through Quirrell's mouth was unpleasant in a way Harry did not have a previous category for. Use the boy. Use the boy, Quirinius. Master, use the boy. Quirrell, with the small odd jerky motion of a marionette, turned to Harry. P. Potter, he said. Come here. Look in the mirror. Tell me what you see. Harry, in the doorway, did not move. The American voice in his head said, very quickly, very calmly, in the New Yorker's professional tone, Kid. Don't look at the mirror. Don't tell him what you see. Walk forward. Don't look at the mirror. Find a thing to do with your hands. Move. Move now. Harry walked forward. He kept his eyes on Quirrell. He laid the wand in his sleeve into his palm, in the sleight Hermione had taught him from a textbook on dueling. He did not look at the mirror. P. Potter. The mirror. Look at the mirror. Tell me what you see. I see myself, said Harry, evenly. I am shaking the headmaster's hand. He is congratulating me on winning the house cup. The high cold voice from inside Quirrell hissed, in displeasure. He lies. He lies, Quirinius. He sees the stone. He has it. He has it on his person. The spider sense, between Harry's ears, set up a steady, controlled, present tense ringing. Not the panic ring, the working ring. The ring it made when the situation had become a thing to be solved with the hands and the head, simultaneously, and there was no further use for warning. "Let me speak to him," said the high cold voice, suddenly. "Let me speak to him, face to face. Master, you are not strong enough, I have strength enough, for this." Quirrell raised his hands. Quirrell pulled the turban from his head. The turban came off in long unwinding loops, in the small private intimate motion of a man undressing a part of himself, and behind the turban was a face. A second face. A face that grew out of the back of Quirrell's skull where there should have been only skull, white as chalk, with eyes the color of very fresh blood and slits where its nose ought to have been. The face looked at Harry. The face smiled. "Harry Potter," whispered Lord Voldemort. "See what I have become. Mere shadow and vapor. I have form only when I can share another's body. But there have always been those willing to let me into their hearts and minds. Unicorn blood has strengthened me, these past weeks. You saw faithful Quirrell drinking it for me in the forest. And once I have the elixir of life, I shall be able to create a body of my own. Now. Why don't you give me the stone in your pocket?" The American voice in his head said, in a single calm cold instruction, "Don't move yet, kid. Listen. Listen for your moment. He is talking. Talkers are the easy ones. Wait. I haven't got it," said Harry, in his polite small bearing. "I'm sorry. Truly. I came down here because I was worried about Professor Quirrell. I think he may be unwell." The two pairs of eyes in front of him did not blink. "Don't lie," hissed Voldemort. "Look in the mirror, boy. Look. Tell me what you see." Harry's eyes went, very briefly, to the mirror. The American voice in his head, at the same instant, said, "Think about wanting to find the stone but not use it. Think about wanting to keep it from him. Think about your friends. That is what the mirror wants." Harry thought about Hermione. Harry thought about Ron. Harry thought about the look in Dumbledore's eye on the floor in front of the disused classroom. Harry thought about the woman in the apron with the cup of tea. Harry, who had practiced, over 6 months, the difficult art of turning his desires very precisely off and on, did the mental equivalent of putting his hand inside his own pocket without taking the hand out. In the mirror, his own image, mildly, did the same thing, and produced, from the pocket, a small red-orange stone the size of a large bird's egg. Harry, in his pocket, the same instant, felt a sudden weight. A solid weight. A small, smooth, heavy weight, in his left trouser pocket, that had not been there a half-second earlier. "Pete," said the American voice in his head, in the warm voice of approval. "Pete. The mirror likes you." Harry's face, in the actual room, did not change. "I see myself winning the cup, sir," he said again, with mild patience. "I'm sorry. I expect it's rather subjective." The spider sense, between his ears, suddenly went off in the kill now or die ring of the cupboard wall. He lies," hissed Voldemort. "Seize him, Quirinus." Quirrell turned. Quirrell came at Harry across the chamber. The spider sense said, "Left, 6 inches, drop." Harry went left, 6 inches, dropped, and Quirrell's hand went past his shoulder. Harry, on his knees, rolled. Harry came up against the chamber wall. He laid one palm on the wall, asked it the question, got the answer. He went up the wall. He went up the wall in 5 quick steps. He went across the ceiling. He stuck. He hung upside down from the ceiling of the chamber 30 feet above Quirrell's head, with his fringe hanging the wrong way and his wand in his palm, and looked down. Stand still. Quirrell shrieked. "Why you cannot escape. I am a great many feet above you, sir," Harry said, pleasantly. "On a ceiling. I am, technically, escaping." He webbed the doorway, behind him, both sides, in a thick lattice, sealing the only exit Quirrell could have come out of, so that any reinforcements Voldemort might attempt to call up would be slowed. He webbed the floor of the chamber, in a wide crisscross net, in front of the mirror, a small precise barrier of sticky elastic cord that would not stop Quirrell but would, for 60 seconds, slow him by a fraction. He webbed his own ankles, 2 thick anchor points to the ceiling, so that he could drop and rebound at will, and then, with the polite small certainty of a man who had practiced falling on a thread in Surrey at 3 in the morning, he dropped. He dropped feet first down the line, with both arms tucked, straight at Quirrell. Avada Kedavra, screamed Voldemort, from the back of Quirrell's head. The spider sense, between Harry's ears, sang the loudest single chord of his life, and Harry, in the air, was already moving. He twisted on the line 3 inches to his left. The killing curse, a bolt of green light, the color of the inside of a perfect emerald, flashed past his ear. The spider sense was a roar. The American voice in his head was a roar, a single Brooklyn shout, "Hold on." Harry hit Quirrell in the chest with both feet. He bounced off the line back up to the ceiling. Quirrell went down hard. Harry, from the ceiling, looked down. Quirrell was on his back. Quirrell was on his back, and both faces were looking up at him. "The stone!" Voldemort screamed. "The stone! Get up, Quirinus! Get the boy! Get the stone!" Quirrell got up. Quirrell came at Harry again. Harry dropped down a second time, with a little more confidence this time, and landed lightly on his feet, and laid one hand, very gently, in the small private patient way he had laid his hand on the girl at the climbing frame, on Quirrell's outstretched arm. Quirrell screamed. The skin of Quirrell's arm, where Harry had touched it, blistered. The skin went red, then black, and the smell of burning meat filled the chamber. The American voice in his head said, in the wondering tone of a man witnessing a thing he had not previously seen, "Kid. Kid. He cannot touch you." "He cannot," Harry agreed, in some wonder. Quirrell tore his arm away, hissing. Voldemort, on the back of his head, shrieked, "Kill him! Kill him!" Quirrell came at him again. Harry, with the small precise patience of a man who had decided the fight was, in fact, going to be one he could win, met him this time hand to hand. He laid one palm on Quirrell's cheek blistered. He laid the other on Quirrell's throat blistered. He held Quirrell, with 2 hands flat against the burning of his face, and watched, without hate but without pity, as Quirrell who had let Voldemort into his head, Quirrell who had stood, on the night of Halloween, in the same great hall and shrieked, "Troll," in the dungeons, and known where Hermione was, went, slowly, to his knees, and from his knees, in a quiet still motion, to the floor. Quirrell did not move again. The face on the back of Quirrell's head, Voldemort, the face, opened its mouth. A tall thin black ribbon of vapor rose, screaming, out of Quirrell's skull. The ribbon thinned and twisted and gathered itself into a roughly humanoid shape, in the air, 30 feet up. "You have not won," hissed the shape, in the high cold voice. I will return, Harry Potter." "Yes," Harry said, in his polite small bearing, looking up at the dispersing shape with the patient interested attention of a small head of state to whom an envoy of an unfriendly nation had been delivering a final speech. "I had heard." The shape blew out of the chamber, through the cracks in his web lattice, into the dark of the corridor, and was gone. Harry stood for a moment in the small empty chamber. The spider sense, between his ears, went, slowly, back to a steady working hum. He looked down at his hands. The skin on the palms of his hands was red and warm, in the way the palms of a man's hands go red and warm after a long day's gardening. The skin on his hands had not blistered. He stepped, carefully, around Quirrell on the floor. He stepped, carefully, through the web lattice he had set up at the doorway. He passed back through the black flame, the purple flame, the chessboard chamber, the keys chamber. He emerged into the trapdoor passage with Hermione's owl already winging away into the night, and Ron sitting up against the wall with one of the white pieces having brought him a glass of water, saying, in his small dazed pleased voice, "Mate, you came back. Mate. You said you would." "Yes," said Harry. Bacon and eggs, I believe. He reached the corridor outside the third-floor right-hand passage. He reached the moving staircase. He climbed, with the soft polite efficient step of a small head of state, 3 flights to the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey, who had been waiting in her office at Dumbledore's polite written request earlier in the evening for exactly this sort of arrival, took one look at him and said, in the small briskly resigned voice of a woman who had been in this profession for 30 years, "Bed, Mr. Potter." Now. He went to bed. He woke, sometime in the early hours of the morning, to the soft sound of Dumbledore's slippers. The headmaster was sitting in the chair beside his bed, in the same long purple dressing gown of 3 months earlier, with his half-moon spectacles set on the end of his nose and his eyes very gentle. "Harry," said Dumbledore. "Headmaster. Your friends are well. Both of them. Miss Granger sent your owl admirably. I read the message in the ministry lobby and operated back at once. I am sorry to say, several hours late. You have my apologies. I think we would all rather you had not been," said Harry, mildly. "I shall accept them on behalf of myself." Dumbledore inclined his head. "The stone has been destroyed. My friend Nicholas and I had a short conversation about it, this morning. He has lived a very long time. He thinks it is, on the whole, a good time to stop. He is at peace with it." A pause. "Voldemort, however, is not destroyed. He is gone, for now." "Yes," said Harry. "He went out through the cracks in my web. I expect he will come back. I expect he will. We will be ready." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Harry watched him, in the lamplight. "Sir," he said. "Why did Quirrell burn?" Dumbledore considered the question for some seconds. "Your mother," he said, slowly, "loved you very much. She died for you. There is, in such a death, a kind of magic. It is older than any spell. It lives, in those who have been died for, in their skin, in their blood, in the very small chemistry that makes them up. Voldemort, in coming to kill you the night you were a baby, made of his own magic the sharpest instrument with which to discover this kind of love. He has spent 11 years, since, knowing it is in you. He has made himself a thing love cannot bear. Then, yes. To touch you, when love runs in you, is to touch a thing he cannot tolerate the existence of. It is a kind of curse. A self-inflicted curse. He will have to address it, I think, before he attempts to touch you again." "Sir," Harry said. "I would like to ask about the other thing, please." "The other thing?" "Yes, sir. I would like to ask whether the second life I have lived had any bearing on tonight's outcome." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. "I think, Harry," he said, "that the second life was a preparation. I think a soul which has already lived once, and learned a great deal about how to use its hands, comes back the second time with some of those lessons remembered. I think, perhaps, that someone, some force, some kindness, in a place I do not pretend to understand, looked at the situation in this country, 11 years ago, and decided that the next time a baby was about to be marked by Lord Voldemort, it would be a baby with a ready first aider in his head." He smiled faintly. "A friend, in a difficult time. A friend who knew about responsibility." The American voice in his head, Peter, now, he had a name now, said, very quietly, "Oh, kid. Oh, kid." "Peter," said Harry, aloud, in the small private voice he had not yet used in front of another person to refer to the New Yorker. Dumbledore's eyes moved, faintly. The blue twinkled. "Peter," he repeated. "I am very pleased to make his acquaintance, Harry. He says he is very pleased to meet you too, sir." Dumbledore smiled. He laid one long-fingered hand, very gently, on the back of Harry's wrist, a hand, Harry noted, in the careful clinical part of him, in the same place a man named Uncle Vernon had once put a belt buckle. "Sleep, Harry," Dumbledore said. "You have done very well. Tomorrow morning, bacon and eggs, I am told, are on the agenda. Yes, sir. Good night. Good night, headmaster. He slept. He slept the long deep sleep of a boy who had finished a hard piece of work, and put it down. He slept with his hands flat against the wall above his head, in the bat position, the old position, and somewhere, in the polite British half of his head, a New Yorker in a red mask was sitting on a fire escape, with a cup of tea his aunt had made for him, watching the planes coming into Heathrow. 3 days later, Harry sat in the great hall in his dress robes between Ron and Hermione for the end-of-year feast. The hall was decked in green and silver. Slytherin had won the House Cup, on points, for the 7th year in a row, and Snape, at the staff table, was being clapped on the shoulder, with the cheerful insincerity of professional courtesy, by every other head of house in the room. Dumbledore, in his tall chair, was rising slowly to his feet. Yes, yes, well done, Slytherin, said Dumbledore. However, recent events must be taken into account. I have a few last-minute points to award. Let me see. Yes, Hermione had gone, beside Harry, the color of a girl who had been awarded points in front of an audience of 700 people. Ron had gone the color of a boy who could not, in fact, believe that this was happening to him. Harry, between them, kept his face in the small composed bearing of a small head of state at a state function. For Mr. Ronald Weasley, said Dumbledore, for the best played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, 50 points to Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted. For Miss Hermione Granger, said Dumbledore, for the use of cool logic in the face of fire, 50 points to Gryffindor. The eruption became, in the hall, an event. For Mr. Harry Potter, said Dumbledore, his eyes settling on Harry with the small private blue twinkle, for pure nerve and outstanding patience, 60 points to Gryffindor. The hall stopped erupting and started detonating. Across the hall, Draco Malfoy at the Slytherin table sat very still in his green robe with the small frozen face of a boy who had been certain, 10 seconds before, of a particular outcome, and was now revising his entire opinion of fate. Harry inclined his head, 1/4 inch, in his standard polite bearing. And finally, said Dumbledore, when the noise had at last died, it takes a great deal of courage to stand up to our enemies, but just as much to stand up to our friends. I therefore award 10 points to Mr. Neville Longbottom. Neville, 2 seats down, made a small startled noise and put his hands over his face. The Gryffindor table began to chant his name in the polite organized way only a Hogwarts house can chant a name. Harry, between Hermione's elbow and Ron's, let himself, for one careful private second, be glad. Then he leaned forward across the plate of bacon and eggs which had unaccountably appeared in the center of the table at his elbow, and helped himself to a slice. Bacon and eggs, he said, gravely, to Ron. Bacon and eggs, said Ron, just as gravely. As promised. The American voice in his head, Peter, now, with a name and a kitchen and a cup of tea, said, very softly, in the warm tone of approval the New Yorker reserved for his best moments, well done, Harry. Well done, Peter, Harry replied, in the polite British half of his head. He took another slice of bacon. He smiled, just at the corners. The hall, around him, went on roaring its name. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The Snake in the Plumbing. The summer between Harry's first and second years was the second summer of his life he had not spent inside a cupboard. He spent the first month of it at Privet Drive, where Vernon and Petunia had now reorganized their household policy from hostile occupation to grudging détente, on the basis that the boy in the small bedroom upstairs was, for reasons which had been explained to them in a brief polite letter from a tall man with a silver beard, an item too valuable to be casually broken, and he spent the second month of it at the Weasleys, where the household policy was the warm shouting affectionate organized chaos that all the Weasleys had been raised in, and which Harry, who had spent 11 years in silence, took to as a man dying of thirst takes to a river. He was, by the time he climbed onto the Hogwarts Express on the 1st of September, taller, broader, and several shades happier than he had been the same time the year before. He was also, for the first time in his life, in possession of a wardrobe of clothes that fitted him and a wand that fitted him and a pair of trainers that fitted him, in that order, and the wardrobe and the wand had each been provided, by separate routes, by people who liked him. Peter, at the back of his head, said, with the satisfied warmth of a man watching a friend put on weight, "Kid. We made it through a year. We have friends. We have a school. Things are looking up." "Things are looking up," Harry agreed. "Don't get used to it." "I never get used to it," said Peter, in the small dry tone of a New Yorker who had spent his entire former life being told by reality that getting used to it was a strategic mistake. "I never have." The trouble with year 2 began before they were even on the train. The trouble with year 2 was a small gray-skinned creature with bat ears and the eyes of a tennis ball that had appeared in Harry's bedroom at Privet Drive, the morning of the 1st of August, and had introduced itself, with great formality, as Dobby. Dobby had been in distress. Dobby had been forbidden, by the people Dobby served, to tell Harry the names of the people Dobby served. Dobby had told Harry, however, the bottom line: there was a plot. The plot was at Hogwarts. The plot involved making terrible things happen. Dobby had begged Harry, with the desperate sincerity of a tennis ball-eyed elf, not to return to Hogwarts. Harry had thanked Dobby for the warning. Harry had told Dobby, in the same polite small bearing, that he was certainly going back to Hogwarts. Dobby had then attempted, with the resourceful inventiveness of an elf prepared to do anything for his cause, to prevent Harry from getting on the train. The result, after a chain of small calamities involving a hovering pudding and a ministry letter and a sealed barrier at platform 9 3/4, had been that Harry and Ron had ended up flying to Hogwarts in Mr. Weasley's enchanted Ford Anglia, and had been promptly given 2 weeks of detentions on arrival. The detentions had been Snape's revenge, in part. The detentions had also been the result of Mr. Weasley's car going on, after dropping them at the Whomping Willow, to live in the Forbidden Forest as a feral car. Harry, who had grown fond of the car on the long flight north, had wished it well. The petrifications had begun in October. Harry had been walking back from his evening Quidditch practice when the spider sense had given a sharp peculiar chord in the back of his head, the chord it gave at things which did not entirely fit into its usual categories. He had followed the chord. He had come round a corner of the second floor to see a long stretch of corridor flooded ankle-deep in water, words painted in dripping red letters on the wall, and Mrs. Norris hanging stiffly from a torch bracket. The words on the wall had said, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." Filch had arrived before Harry could think to leave. Filch had, with the patient single-minded conviction of a man who had been waiting for years for any reasonable excuse, accused Harry of murdering his cat. The accusation had not stuck. Mrs. Norris was not dead, only petrified, in the technical sense, and Harry, who had been with the Quidditch team in front of 40 other people, had had no plausible motive, but the accusation had caused, in the school, a small private silence about Harry that took some weeks to fade. The silence had not been helped, in November, when Hermione had spent a great deal of careful library research on the question of who, in history, might have opened a Chamber of Secrets at all. The answer, she had told Harry and Ron in their corner of the common room, was Salazar Slytherin. The second answer was that the only people who could have opened it were Slytherin's heirs, who would have been able, in the technical sense, to speak Parseltongue, the language of snakes. It had, until that fortnight in November, not occurred to Harry that he could speak Parseltongue. It had occurred to him, in the second week of November, in the dueling club, when Draco Malfoy, by Snape's prompting, had conjured a snake out of his wand and the snake had begun to rear at a small Hufflepuff in the front row, and Harry, who had been 3 feet away and had not had time to think about whether or not he should, had said, without thinking, "Stop. Leave him alone." The snake had stopped. The snake had, after a moment, in the polite manner of an animal that had been told by a being of higher rank to stand down, lowered its hood and slithered toward Harry's foot. The hall had gone very quiet. Then the hall had gone very loud, as Justin Finch Fletchley, the small Hufflepuff in question, had backed away with his face the color of milk and shouted, "What are you playing at?" before vanishing in the direction of the doors. The rest of the hall, in the next 2 minutes, had reorganized its opinion of Harry along entirely new and unfavorable lines. The new lines had accounted, by Christmas, for the third petrification of the term and a great deal of awkward seating in the great hall. Hermione, in the library, that evening, had set down her quill and looked at Harry across the table. "Well," she had said. "That settles a question." "It does," Harry had agreed. "It does not, of course, mean you are the heir of Slytherin." "No. It does, of course, mean that the heir of Slytherin is one of those things you and I are, possibly, jointly going to need to deal with this term." "Yes." Ron, between them, had looked from one to the other with the sad patient expression of a boy who had always known, when he had first met them, that this would happen to him. Right then, Ron had said, "What's the plan?" The plan had had several phases. Phase 1 had been research. Phase 2 had been observation. Phase 3 had been the attempt, in February, in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, to brew Polyjuice Potion in order to interrogate Draco Malfoy in the form of his own friends, which had ended, on Hermione's part, with a coat of fine grey fur and a Madame Pomfrey appointment, and on Harry's and Ron's parts, with the discovery that Draco was not, in fact, the heir of Slytherin, only a child of an enthusiastic family who had been hoping he was. Phase 4 had been the small leather diary Harry had found, in February, in a flooded corridor outside the same bathroom, with the name T.M. Riddle stamped on the cover in faded gold. Phase 4 had been the discovery that this diary, when written in, wrote back. Phase 4 had been, after a long careful month of communication, the conclusion that the diary was, in some sense Harry could not yet name, a person, and that the person, in some sense Harry could not yet name, was very interested in him. Peter, in his head, had been very quiet during the diary phase. Peter had not, on the whole, liked the diary. Peter had said, on more than one occasion, the small careful sentence, "Kid, that thing has the same smell as the turban." The same smell as the turban, Harry had agreed. Then we should not be writing in it any more, Peter had said, mildly. We should not be writing in it any more, Harry had agreed. And Harry had stopped writing in it, 2 weeks before the spring term ended, in the small careful patience of a man who had decided that writing in a diary that talked back was, probably, not a very wise expenditure of his evenings, and the diary had vanished, 2 days later, from the bottom of his trunk, in the small puzzled manner of a thing that had been removed by an agency Harry did not yet know. The agency, Harry would later learn, had been Ginny Weasley. The fifth petrification, Hermione, in the library, had been the moment Harry had stopped, in any meaningful sense, looking at the situation as a school problem. He had been told the news, on a sunny Saturday afternoon in May, by Ron, who had come running across the Quidditch pitch with his face the color of his hair and the small awful look of a boy who had been recently very afraid. He had landed his nimbus on the grass and listened to the news in the small careful way he listened to all important news. He had then, in the polite small bearing of a small head of state, said, "Where is she?" "Hospital wing." "Right. Take me to her." In the hospital wing, Hermione had been laid out on a white bed with her face turned toward the ceiling and a small piece of parchment crumpled in her right hand. Madame Pomfrey, looking grey, had let Harry in only because Harry had asked, in his small polite bearing, and Madame Pomfrey had been unable, in the face of the request, to say no. He had stood by the bed for some seconds. He had laid one hand, very gently, on Hermione's shoulder, in the same place his mother had laid her hand on him in the mirror. "I'm sorry," he had said, in the polite British half of his head, where Peter could hear him. "I am so sorry, Hermione. I shall do better." He had taken the piece of parchment from her hand. He had opened it. He had read it slowly. The parchment had been, in Hermione's small precise handwriting, a single page of dense logical analysis, the sort of page Hermione produced in her sleep. The upshot of the analysis had been that the monster in the chamber was a basilisk, that it traveled through the plumbing, and that the heir of Slytherin had been using Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, the third stall on the left, as the entrance for the past 9 months. "Right," Harry had said. "Right what?" Ron had said. "Right, we are going to the bathroom." Right, we are going to the bathroom, Ron had agreed. The teachers, when Harry and Ron arrived at the staff room door to inform them, had been in the middle of a closed meeting. The closed meeting had concerned, by the sound of it through the door, the disappearance of Ginny Weasley earlier that afternoon. She had vanished, leaving on the wall outside the chamber a fresh painted message: her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. The closed meeting had concerned, also, the impending dismissal of the headmaster and the firing of Hagrid. The closed meeting had concerned, finally, the question of who was going to organize the immediate evacuation of the school. Harry, from outside the door, had stopped Ron with one hand on his sleeve. He had laid his ear against the wood for a quarter minute. He had stepped back. He had looked at Ron. "They are not going down," Harry had said. "They are not going down," Ron had agreed. "They are going to call in Aurors, who will not arrive in time. They are going to call in Aurors, who will not arrive in time. It will be us. It will be us. And Lockhart." "And Lockhart," Ron had said, in the tight resigned voice of a boy who had read 17 books written by a man who was, when you got close to him, less of an Auror than a wallpaper. The third stall on the left in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom had a small snake carved into the side of one of the copper taps. Harry, in the stall, had looked at the carved snake for some seconds. He had said, in the language he had not previously known he could speak, "Open." The sink had folded back. A pipe big enough for a man to drop into had opened in the wall. Lockhart, behind them, had said, in the same small high voice he had been using since they had pulled him out of his office, well. That seems, that's certainly, yes, perhaps you young men would, care, to." Harry, with the small polite efficient patience he had perfected on Vernon Dursley, had taken Lockhart by the shoulder and stepped him forward to the lip of the pipe. He had said, mildly, "After you, sir." Lockhart, in the small high voice, had said, oh, of course, although it might be more sensible, if I, the spider sense, in the back of Harry's head, had given a small precise chord. The small precise chord was the chord of an adult about to do a small cowardly thing, with a wand in his hand, behind the backs of two small 11- and 12-year-old boys. Harry had stepped sideways. Harry had laid his hand, in his polite small bearing, on Lockhart's wand. "Sir," he had said. "I think you should give me the wand for a minute." Lockhart had given him the wand. Lockhart had, in the absence of the wand, no further options. "Down you go," Harry had said, gently. "We are not going to lose you down there, sir. I promise. But we cannot have you running away, either." Lockhart had jumped. They had jumped after him. The pipe had been long and slimy and dark and had ended in a great pile of bones. Harry had picked himself up from the bones. He had pulled Ron up. He had pulled Lockhart up. He had handed Lockhart back his wand, with a small polite request that Lockhart not point it at anyone he had not been given permission to point it at, and Lockhart, very white, had taken the wand back and not pointed it at anyone. They had walked through the dark. At the end of the dark, there had been a great shed snake skin, 20 feet long, white and translucent in the wand light, and beyond the skin a wall of stone with two great snakes carved into it, their emerald eyes facing each other across the door. Harry had said, in Parseltongue, "Open." The snakes had moved. The wall had folded back. Harry had stepped through. Behind him, Lockhart had drawn his wand. The spider sense had given the same precise chord as before. This time Harry had not had time to turn. Lockhart, with the wide-eyed self-pity of a man at the end of his rope and at the start of his recovery, had pointed the wand at Ron's face and shouted, "Obliviate." Ron had ducked. Ron had ducked because Ron was a Weasley, and Weasleys had grown up in a household with Fred and George Weasley, and the Weasley reflex when somebody pointed a wand at one's face was to duck before one had to. The spell had hit, instead of Ron, the wand of Ron, a wand which had, since the incident with the Whomping Willow at the beginning of the year, been held together with spellotape and the goodwill of the universe, and the wand had not, on the whole, dealt well with being struck by a memory charm from a man's hand it did not recognize. The wand had detonated. The detonation had been small. The detonation had been catastrophic to the ceiling above them. The ceiling had come down in great chunks. Ron had been thrown against one wall. Lockhart had been thrown against another. Harry, on the other side of the snake door, had been thrown forward into the chamber. When the dust had cleared, the corridor between the chamber and the way out had been blocked by a wall of stone 12 feet high. "Ron!" Harry had called, through the wall. "I'm here," Ron's voice had come back, slightly muffled. "Mate, I'm fine. I'm with Lockhart." Lockhart's, his memory's gone. Hit the wall. He doesn't know who he is. I don't think he ever quite did. I'll start clearing the rocks. You, go on. Go get her. Right, Harry had said. He had turned. He had walked into the Chamber of Secrets. The chamber was longer than the Great Hall. The chamber was lined, on either side, with great stone pillars carved in the shape of serpents, their stone heads on the floor and their stone bodies climbing up to the dim arched ceiling. The chamber was lit, very dimly, by an unsteady greenish glow. At the end of the chamber, on a low stone dais, lay Ginny Weasley, white-faced, her hair fanned out around her, with a small black book, T.M. Riddle, open on the floor by her hand. Beside her, perfectly still, with the small intent attention of a man who had been waiting some time for a particular party guest to arrive, was a tall young man in long black robes. He was perhaps 16 years old. His face had the kind of beauty old paintings have, which is to say, a face that had been arranged on the principle of how the artist had wanted the subject to look. The eyes were dark. The mouth was set in a small private smile. "Harry Potter," said the tall young man. "How nice of you to drop by." Harry, in the doorway, did not move. "Tom Riddle," he said. "Hello." Tom Riddle's eyebrows went up. "You know my name," he said. "I have read it on a great many things, in the past few months," Harry said, mildly. "I have begun to suspect, lately, that it is the same name as another name I know better." "Lord Voldemort, was it?" Tom Riddle did not blink. Tom Riddle, in the silent hall, looked at Harry with the slow careful look of a man who had not expected, at this point in the conversation, to be addressed by his retirement name. "You are precocious, Mr. Potter," Tom Riddle said, after a moment. "How interesting." "Yes. The name is, in a sense, the same. Voldemort is what I shall be. Tom Riddle is what I have been." He smiled a small thin smile. "I am still fond of the older name. It has sentimental value." "I imagine it does," said Harry. "Mr. Riddle. I do not propose to fight you with words today. I am rather here for Ginny. Would you mind very much if she is sleeping," said Riddle, gently. "Or she will be, very soon, beyond waking. Her life, I am afraid, has been keeping me alive these last few months. I have made very good use of her. You will have to wait until she has completed the transaction, before you can have her back." Harry, in the doorway, laid one hand against the stone of the wall, asked the question, got the answer. He went up the wall. He went up the wall in 5 quick steps. He went along the high wall above Riddle's head. He stuck. Riddle, on the floor of the chamber, watched him with the slow appraising attention of a man revising his earlier estimate of the encounter. "How peculiar," Riddle said. "I had not been told, in any of my reading on you, Mr. Potter, that you could do this." "I am full of small surprises," Harry said, from the wall. "Mr. Riddle. The transaction. May I ask?" "Of course. I am the memory of Lord Voldemort, preserved in a diary. I have been writing to your friend, Miss Weasley, for some months. I have been encouraging her, in a small way, to pour her own life into me. I have also been encouraging her, in a small way, to set my pet on the school." When she has poured enough of her life into me, I shall be, as it were, a young Lord Voldemort once again. Solid. Real. Free of the diary. I shall walk out of this chamber. I shall be, this time, much more careful than I was before." He paused. "It is rather a clever scheme, isn't it?" "It is," Harry agreed, evenly. "Do please, by all means, pat yourself on the back, Mr. Riddle." "May I have her back now?" Riddle smiled. Riddle turned his head. Riddle hissed, in Parseltongue, the long high word that means kill. The great stone snake mouth of the largest pillar at the back of the chamber opened. Out of it came a long thick green coil, then another, then a head the size of a small carriage, with a single great mouth and a single set of fangs the length of Harry's forearm and two great yellow eyes the size of dinner plates. Peter, in the back of Harry's head, said, with the calm cold tone of a man who had been here before, "Kid. Don't look at the eyes. Don't look at the eyes. Web your own eyes if you have to." Harry was already webbing his own eyes. He had practiced this, over the spring, in his dormitory with the curtains drawn, the question of whether he could web a small precise mask of his own across his face and keep his peripheral vision more or less open through the gaps in the lattice. The answer had been, not very well. The answer had been, well enough, for a few seconds, to fight a very large snake without being killed by its eyes. He webbed a thin lattice across his eyes now, 2 quick passes from each wrist, in the small expert weaving motion he had developed at 3 in the morning back on the rooftops of Privet Drive. The world went, through the lattice, into the cool blurry shape of a world seen through a gauze. He could see the basilisk's head. He could see, at the edge of the lattice, the great yellow eyes. He could not, by virtue of the lattice between him and them, look directly at them. The eyes, and Hermione's parchment had said this, and Hermione had been right about everything else, needed a direct line of sight to be lethal. The basilisk surged toward the wall where Harry was. Harry kicked off. He went sideways across the high wall of the chamber in a long horizontal run. The basilisk's head crashed into the stone where he had been. The basilisk was fast, but the basilisk was a 40-foot snake, and the wall was 300 feet long. A 40-foot snake, even a fast one, takes a moment to redirect. Harry shot a thick web line from the high wall to a stone pillar across the chamber. He swung. He landed on the second pillar. He shot another line, anchored to a third pillar. He swung. The basilisk, pursuing him, smashed through the second pillar a half-second after he had left it. The pillar came down in a great roar of stone. He had bought himself, by the time he reached the dais, 10 seconds. Above the dais, fluttering down from the ceiling in a sudden flap of wings that had not previously been there, came Fawkes. Dumbledore's phoenix had appeared with no announcement, in the small unannounced manner of a phoenix. In his beak Fawkes had carried the old sorting hat, which Fawkes dropped at Harry's feet on the dais with the polite haste of a bird with somewhere to be. The hat hit the floor. Out of the hat, with the small clear sound of a sword being drawn from a sheath, fell a long silver sword with rubies set into the hilt. Harry, on the dais, picked the sword up. The sword was warm. The sword fitted his hand the way the wand had fitted his hand the first time, at Ollivander's. "Yours," whispered Peter, in his head, with the small awe of a man who had not previously fought a 40-foot snake with a sword. "It came for you. Use it, kid. Use it." The basilisk surged again. Harry kicked off the dais. He went up. He webbed himself to the ceiling above the basilisk's head. He hung from the ceiling, in his old bat position, with the sword in his right hand and a clear line down to the great open mouth. The basilisk reared. The basilisk, blind with rage, snapped at the air. Harry, above it, dropped from the ceiling. He dropped, sword first, with both hands wrapped around the hilt and his weight gathered behind it. The point of the sword went through the roof of the basilisk's mouth and up into its skull. There was, then, an enormous spasm. The basilisk reared backward, throwing Harry, and the sword, out of its mouth and into the air. Harry hit a pillar with his back. The world went, for a half-second, white, and the spider sense went, for a half-second, perfectly silent, in the way the spider sense went silent when it had nothing useful left to say. Then Harry was on his feet again, and the basilisk was thrashing, and the sword was sticking out of its skull, and Harry's right arm, where one of the basilisk's fangs, in passing, had brushed it on the way out, was on fire. He looked down at his arm. There was a long fang sticking out of his bicep. He pulled it out. He looked at it. He felt, very precisely, the cold spreading up his arm from the puncture. Peter, in his head, said, "Kid. The venom. We have got minutes." "Yes," Harry agreed. He turned, in the small clear-eyed remaining time he had, toward Tom Riddle, who was watching the whole performance with the small private fascinated face of a man being shown a magic trick whose mechanism he had not yet worked out. Harry walked, with the small steady step of a man walking with poison up to his shoulder, to the dais. He picked up the diary. He picked up the basilisk fang from where he had dropped it. He looked Tom Riddle, who was not yet quite solid enough to interfere, in the eye, and said, with the small polite bearing of a small head of state addressing an envoy of an unfriendly nation, "I rather think this is yours, sir." He drove the fang through the center of the diary. There was a sound. The sound was not a sound. The sound was the inversion of a scream, in the same way the spider sense had been an inversion of a sound. Tom Riddle, on the dais, opened his mouth in a soundless wide howl. Ink, dark and thick and angry, gushed up out of the center of the diary and out of his mouth and out of his eyes, and Tom Riddle, with the slow inexorable dissolution of a memory ending, blew apart into a long cloud of pale black smoke, which thinned and twisted and was not, after a moment, there at all. The diary, on the floor, gushed black ink in a small precise puddle, and stopped. Harry sat down on the dais. He sat down, with the careful patience of a man who had a quantity of basilisk venom progressing politely up his arm, and he put one hand on Ginny Weasley's shoulder. "Ginny," he said. "Ginny. Wake up." Ginny opened her eyes. Ginny saw Harry. Ginny saw the dead basilisk, the broken pillar, the puddle of ink. "Harry," she said, in the small dry frightened voice of a girl who had just been let back into her own body, and was uncertain what she would find left. "Harry, it's all right," Harry said, gently. "It wasn't you. You did very well. Let's go home." He stood up. He swayed. He sat down again. He looked at his arm, which had gone, by then, the color of a thing that was not on Harry's side. He looked up the chamber. Fawkes, on the dais beside him, hopped up onto his shoulder and laid one bright golden head against the puncture wound on Harry's bicep, and great fat phoenix tears, in the unhurried patient kindness of a bird that had been doing this kind of thing for 1,000 years, fell onto the puncture, and the cold in Harry's arm, very slowly, began to retreat. Peter, in his head, said, in the soft warm tone of a New Yorker who had not, in his earlier life, ever quite been pulled out of a fight by a phoenix, "Kid. Kid. Wow. Wow. Wow." "Yes," Harry agreed. "We need a phoenix at home." "We are going to ask Dumbledore very nicely," Harry agreed, "for one of his eggs." Ginny, beside him, was watching the phoenix. Ginny, who had, in the last 40 minutes, lived through the worst day of her life, was beginning, by small careful stages, to come back to herself. "Right," said Harry, gently, to her. "Up you get, Miss Weasley. Your brother is on the other side of the rockfall, and we are going to walk back to him together, and then we are going to walk up the school and see your mother and father and tell them that you are absolutely fine." "Yes. Up." Ginny stood. She stood, in the small steadying way of a girl being told that she could, in fact, stand. They walked, together, back up the chamber. Fawkes, on Harry's shoulder, sang once, low and clear, and the song was a thing no one in that chamber had heard before, and which all of them, for the rest of their lives, would remember. In the corridor, Ron, who had been digging at the rockfall for 40 minutes and was the color of a brick, let out a yell that contained, in 3 syllables, the entirety of his last 40 minutes, and Lockhart, behind him, sitting on a stone, said, with the cheerful empty face of a man who could not remember his own name, "Oh, hello. Hello. You are, friends, are you?" "Yes," said Harry, in his polite small bearing, looking down at the man who had attempted, an hour earlier, to wipe his and Ron's memories. "Yes. We are friends, sir. Come along. Up the pipe." Up the pipe, by Fawkes, who carried all 5 of them in a bright golden bunch from the bottom to the top, they came back into Myrtle's bathroom, out of Myrtle's bathroom, they came into the corridor, they came into the arms of 3 teachers, several Weasleys, 1 Mr. Weasley, 1 Mrs. Weasley, and 1 headmaster, and Mrs. Weasley, on seeing her daughter, made a sound Harry had not heard in his 11 years of life, but which he recognized, as a man recognizes a thing he has long known about by category if not by experience, the sound of a mother who had thought she had lost her child, and had not. The American voice in his head, Peter, in the warm tone of approval, said, very softly, with great power, "Kid." "I know," Harry said, in the polite British half of his head. "I had heard." "Yes," said Peter. "Yes. I know you had." Dumbledore, an hour later, in his round office at the top of the spiral staircase, with the lamps low and Fawkes back on his perch, set a small cup of cocoa on the desk in front of Harry and another in front of Ron and another in front of Ginny, and sat down behind his desk, and looked at all 3 of them in the small private blue twinkle of a man who had, in the past 40 minutes, an enormous weight lifted off him. "Miss Weasley," said Dumbledore, "I should like you to know that none of what occurred today was your fault. The diary was a thing very much older and very much cleverer than you. You were not to blame." "Yes, sir," said Ginny, in the small wretched voice of a girl who would, on the strength of one such conversation with a tall headmaster with a kind eye, begin one day to believe him. "Mr. Weasley," said Dumbledore, "you did very well today. Both in the chamber and out of it. I am most impressed." "Thank you, sir," said Ron, in the small embarrassed voice of a boy who had not previously known what to do with a headmaster's compliment. "And Mr. Potter?" "Sir. You did the impossible. Twice. Once in the chamber and once with that sword." Dumbledore paused. "You are aware, perhaps, that only a true Gryffindor could have pulled that sword from that hat." "I had gathered something of the sort, sir. Very few first or second years are." "No, sir. It is, you should know, the sword of Godric Gryffindor." "I had wondered, sir." Dumbledore considered him for some seconds. The blue eyes were very gentle. "Harry. There is a thing I should perhaps say to you. The diary was a fragment of Lord Voldemort. He has made several. I do not know how many. I shall be looking for them, in the years to come." He paused. "You should know that I would not, in any circumstance, ask you to look for them with me. You have, in the past 2 years, done quite enough." "Sir," Harry said, in his small polite bearing. "With respect, I think I shall be looking for them anyway. I am, after all, on his list." Dumbledore smiled, faintly. He inclined his head a quarter-inch. "Yes," he said. "Yes, I expected as much. In which case, we shall look for them together. As we are able." "Yes, sir." "One last matter," said Dumbledore. "The 2 of you will be receiving, this evening, a special award for services to the school, 200 points each for Gryffindor, and an end-of-exams treat which I have decided, on the spot, will involve the cancellation of the year's exams." "Nice," said Ron. "Sir," said Hermione's voice, from the doorway. They all turned. Hermione, in her hospital wing nightgown, was leaning against the doorframe with the small pale composed face of a girl who had only that hour been unpetrified, and had walked, on her own legs, 6 flights up to the headmaster's office because she did not propose to be left out of any conversation that concerned her friends. Harry was on his feet before he had thought about being on his feet. He crossed the office in 3 strides. He hugged her, with the careful precise hug of a man hugging a thing he had been afraid he had lost. "Hermione," he said. "Harry. You were right about the basilisk. The parchment, you saved us." "Yes," said Hermione, in her small dry voice, into his shoulder. "I had thought I might." Behind them, Dumbledore reached for his cocoa. Behind them, Ron was beaming the sad embarrassed beam of a boy who had been put through the worst day of his life and was about to be released from it. Behind them, Ginny was, very quietly, beginning to cry, in the relieved way a small girl cries when she has been told she is going to be all right. The American voice in his head, very quietly, in the warm tone of approval, "With great power, kid." "I know," Harry said. "I know." He let go of Hermione. He helped her into a chair. He sat back down. He drank his cocoa. The cocoa was, for a thing brewed by a headmaster in his own office at midnight, quite good cocoa. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, With Great Power. Sirius Black, by the second week of the summer holidays, was on the front page of every wizarding newspaper Harry had ever seen and quite a few he had not. His face, long, hollow-cheeked, framed by a great mass of matted black hair, stared up at Harry from the front of the Daily Prophet on the 3rd of July, the 18th of July, the 29th of July, and most of August. The face was the face of a man who had spent 12 years in Azkaban, the wizard prison, and who had, the previous month, become the first prisoner ever to escape it. Aunt Marge had been, on the 7th of August, the trigger for what Peter, in Harry's head, had described as, "Kid, that was a long time coming. We held that one in for 2 years. Honestly, well done." She had come to Privet Drive for a week. She had spent 4 days insulting Harry's parents, in the patient unconcerned way a woman insults strangers when she does not believe she will be required, by anyone present, to stop. She had spent the 5th day insulting Harry's mother in particular. The spider sense, by then, had been singing in a low steady note Harry had not previously heard from it, not the warning chord, not the working chord, but a long flat chord that meant, with the small clear opinion of a part of his head that had its own moral views, "This is intolerable. This is intolerable." He had not lost his temper. He had not, in any particular sense, even raised his voice. He had, very politely, in the small bearing of a small head of state addressing an envoy of an unfriendly nation that had crossed a line of honor, set down his fork, he had picked up his glass of water, and he had, with a small careful flex of the wrist, shot a single thin line of webbing across the table. The line had attached to the seat of Aunt Marge's chair. Harry, with the quiet patient leverage of a boy who could lift a refrigerator, had pulled. Aunt Marge, in her chair, had risen. She had risen in the slow stately manner of a hot air balloon. She had risen, on the line, 3 feet, then 6, then 12, and had come, in the end, to rest against the dining room ceiling, where the line had stuck her in a small private demonstration of the limits of Vernon Dursley's hospitality to Harry Potter's guests. "Mr. Potter," Vernon had said, in a voice that had, in the past 3 years, been working its way slowly down toward whisper. "Get her down. Now." Harry had, very politely, declined. "In fact, Uncle Vernon," he had said, in the voice he had been practicing for years, "I think I shall just be on my way. Apologies for the disturbance." He had packed his trunk. He had left the dining room. He had walked out of Privet Drive at 9:30 at night with his trunk and his owl and nowhere to be, and had stood at the corner of Magnolia Crescent and considered his options, which had not been many, and had stuck out his wan hand in the manner of a Londoner hailing a cab. The cab that had arrived had been the night bus, which was a large purple triple-decker that travelled, by its own account, at the speed of magic, and the night bus had taken Harry to the Leaky Cauldron, in Diagon Alley, in 23 minutes, and the Leaky Cauldron had had, on its doorstep, the Minister of Magic, who had been, in the small private polite manner of a man who had been hoping, at the corner of his life, that nothing complicated would happen to him this evening, exceedingly relieved to discover that Harry Potter was alive and not, on the whole, in the process of getting himself murdered by Sirius Black. Sirius Black, the minister had told him, in the kindly avuncular tone of a man explaining a complicated thing to a child, was a former Death Eater who had, 12 years before, betrayed the Potters to Lord Voldemort. Sirius Black was now at large. Sirius Black was, the minister had murmured, very probably coming for Harry. Harry should, the minister had added, be very careful, and stay on the Diagon Alley premises until September the 1st, and on September the 1st, he should board the Hogwarts Express in the company of the Aurors who would be assigned to him, and at Hogwarts he would be safe. Harry had inclined his head a quarter-inch. "Thank you, Minister," he had said. "I appreciate the explanation." He had not, however, mentioned the small precise question that had occurred to him during the explanation, which was, how does a man in solitary confinement in a magical maximum security prison get a clean bill of motive? And he had not mentioned the second question, which was, how does a former Death Eater get out of solitary confinement in a magical maximum security prison without the help of someone inside it? He had filed both, in his polite small bearing, under things to think about later. The Dementors had come on the train. He had been sitting in a compartment with Ron and Hermione and a man with shabby robes and a tired kind face, asleep in the corner, Professor Lupin, the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, by the small annealed briefcase on the rack, when the train had stopped, halfway up the country, in the rain, and the lamps had gone out. The spider sense had given a chord Harry had not previously catalogued, a chord like an instrument going out of tune in your hand, cold. "Cold," said the spider sense, in a small private surprise. "Cold, with intention." Then the door of the compartment had slid open, and the Dementor had come in. It had been, in the quiet of the dark compartment, like having a hand laid against the inside of his ribcage, palm down. The cold had spread up out of his chest and into his throat, and into his head, and into the small private warm rooms he had been keeping at the back of his head, and behind the cold there had come, very faintly, a sound, the sound of a woman's voice screaming "Please not Harry, please not Harry, not Harry, not Harry," and a green flash, and laughter, high, cold, clear, familiar laughter. Mum, Harry had thought. He had remembered nothing from being a baby. Until that moment, he had remembered nothing. He had recovered, in those 4 seconds, the 4 seconds before he hit the floor of the compartment unconscious, the precise pitch and timbre of his mother's last words, on the night she had died for him, and the cold of the Dementor in the doorway had gathered them into itself, like a thing collecting an antique, and gone on standing in the doorway, taking them apart. Then there had been a great burst of silver light and a voice, the man in the corner, saying calmly, "None of us is hiding Sirius Black. Go." The Dementor had gone. Harry had come back to himself on the floor of the compartment. He had sat up. The man in shabby robes had laid one hand, very gently, on his shoulder. "Eat," Lupin had said, in a kind tired voice. "Chocolate. It helps." Harry had eaten the chocolate. The cold had retreated. Hermione, beside him, had held his other hand in both of hers in a small ferocious grip. "Professor," Harry had said, in his small polite bearing, after a moment. "That thing. That was a Dementor." "Yes, Harry. It feeds on happiness." "Yes. On, happy memory, in particular. On any happy memory it can find." "How does one fight one off?" Lupin had looked at him for some seconds, with the tired thoughtful face of a man who had been asked a question by a 13-year-old that he had not been planning to answer until rather later in the term. Then he had smiled, a small kind smile. "There is a charm called the Patronus charm," he had said. "It is, advanced. We will, perhaps, talk about it after the start of term." "Yes. Yes, sir." It had taken 3 weeks for that conversation to begin. It had taken 6 weeks for it to bear fruit. Lupin, as a teacher, was a thing Harry had not previously experienced. Lupin was a man who, when he set out to teach you a thing, was patient and thorough and let you fail without punishing you for it, and let you, after the failing, try again. He had agreed, in the third week of term, to give Harry private lessons in the empty classroom on the fifth-floor staircase. He had pulled out, of a wooden trunk in the corner, a boggart, which he had set the boggart to take the form of a dementor, on the principle that the closest thing a person can practice against was the closest thing to the thing. The Patronus, Lupin had said, was a thing one summoned by reaching, very precisely, into the brightest happy memory one had. The Patronus, he had said, was a sort of guardian, made of one's own happiness. Think of a memory, Lupin had said. The happiest you have. Anything. The first thing that comes. Harry, on the floor of the empty classroom, had thought. He had thought of the boat at the Rock on the morning of his 11th birthday, with Hagrid at the tiller. He had thought of Hermione's small ferocious grip on his hand on the train. He had thought of Ron, in the chess chamber, saying, in his small precise tactical voice, "You go on." He had thought, very precisely, of the first cake he had ever been given. Expecto Patronum, he had said. A thin silver mist had come out of his wand. The mist had not held shape. The Dementor had come at him. Harry, on the floor of the empty classroom, had heard, again, the woman's voice. He had let go of the cake, he had let go of Ron in the chess chamber, he had let go of Hermione's hand. The Dementor had got close enough to make him cold. Lupin had banished the boggart with a small efficient flick of his wand. He had laid one hand, again, on Harry's shoulder. It is a difficult charm, Harry. Yes, sir. You did not fail. Most adult wizards cannot do what you have just done. Most adult wizards, sir, are not me. Harry had paused. He had laid one hand on his own knee. He had said, in the small mild voice he kept for moments of unusual self-criticism, "I shall do better, sir." Tomorrow, please. Tomorrow, Lupin had agreed. He had done better. Tomorrow, he had pushed the silver mist into the rough shape of a thing on 4 legs. The day after, the 4 legs had become 8. The day after that, the 8 legs had become 8 legs with 2 great mandibles in front and a small distinct curve of body, and Lupin, in the empty classroom, had smiled the tired thoughtful smile. "Harry," Lupin had said. "What is it?" "A spider, sir." "A spider?" "Yes, sir. I am very fond of spiders. They are very kind, in their own way." Lupin had not asked, in that lesson, why Harry was very fond of spiders. Lupin had inclined his head in a small careful manner Harry recognized, the manner of a man who had decided, in his own time, that he would ask later. Harry had been grateful for the manner. Harry had a great deal he would, in due course, be telling Professor Lupin. He was not yet ready to begin. The Patronus had stabilized, by the second week of November, into a thing the size of a dinner plate. A silver spider, 8-legged, with a small clear shape, that scuttled, when summoned, in front of Harry's wand and inserted itself between him and the Boggart Dementor in the small fierce protective way an 8-legged spider goes between its rider and harm. Peter, in his head, on the morning of the first stable Patronus, had wept. Peter had wept with a quiet small dignity. "Kid," Peter had said. "Kid. Look at him. Look at us." "I see him," Harry had said. "He's a beauty. He is. He's our shape. He is." The Quidditch match against Hufflepuff, that November, had nearly ruined the lessons. He had been 40 feet up, in the rain, with the snitch in his line of sight, when the Dementors had come over the lip of the pitch. He had been told later that there had been 3 of them. He remembered, in the moment, only one. The cold had hit him in the chest. The voice of his mother had come back. The broom, the Nimbus 2000 which had served him well for 2 years, had stopped under him, and he had begun, in the long slow way of a boy slipping out of a high seat, to fall. He had not died, on the strength of 2 facts. The first fact was that Dumbledore had been in the staff stand, and had cast, with a single cool unhurried gesture, a levitation charm that had slowed Harry's fall to the speed of a slowly drifting leaf. The second fact was that, in the half-second between the Dementor and the loss of consciousness, Peter, at the back of his head, had said, in a single quick clear instruction, "Web. Web your own ankle. To the broom." Now. Harry had webbed his own ankle to the broom. The broom had landed, very gently, beside him, on the wet grass. The nimbus, of course, had been blown to pieces against the whomping willow on the way down, in the small brutal physics of a wandering broom in a high wind. Harry had got, by the start of December, a firebolt as a Christmas present from his godfather, with a small note that said, "For the next match. Try not to fall this time." He had not fallen. He had, in fact, in the next match against Ravenclaw, summoned the silver spider Patronus into existence beneath him, in mid-flight, when 3 more Dementors had attempted the same trick a second time at the urging of their cruelest minds, and the spider, glittering in the cold December air at 600 feet, had sent the Dementors back across the lake in the same slow black recede, and Harry had caught the snitch, in the ensuing silence, in the small bemused way of a man who had not previously known whether such a thing could be done. Lupin, in the changing rooms after the match, had said, in his kind tired voice, "Harry. That was extraordinary." "Sir," Harry had said. "You have done in 3 months what most adults, with 10 years of training, cannot do." "Sir, I have an unfair advantage." "Yes," Lupin had said, after a moment. He had looked, for a half-second, as if he was about to ask the question that had been growing in him since the first lesson with the silver spider. He had not, in the end, asked it. He had laid one hand, instead, very gently, on Harry's shoulder, in the same place James and Lily, in the mirror, had laid theirs. "I do hope, Harry," he had said, "that one day you will tell me what your unfair advantage is." "Yes, sir," Harry had said. "One day, sir, I will." He had, that evening, made a small private note, in the polite British half of his head, to the effect that the day was probably coming sooner rather than later, and the New Yorker in the back of his head, settling himself into the warm wooden chair beside the open window, had smiled in his own quiet small way, and said nothing. The conversation in the shrieking shack, the small ramshackle building at the edge of Hogsmeade, the conversation that had taken place on the night of June the 6th and which had rearranged the entirety of Harry's understanding of his own past, had begun with a small grey rat, and had ended with a man on his knees in the dust on the floorboards, weeping. Harry had gone out to the shack on the cloak, with Ron and Hermione, on the strength of a small precise tactical analysis Hermione had been doing for some weeks on the question of why, exactly, Sirius Black had been heading consistently toward Hogwarts and not away from it. The analysis, in Hermione's library notebook, had concluded that Sirius Black had been heading for the school not for the boy who lived but for the rat. Scabbers, the Weasley family rat, had turned out to be a man. The man's name was Peter Pettigrew. Pettigrew had been a school friend of Harry's father, James Potter, and of Sirius Black, and of Remus Lupin, who had walked into the shack 10 minutes after Harry, Ron, and Hermione had, in shabby robes, with a tired kind face, with a wand drawn, and a long grim story to tell. The long grim story, when Lupin and Sirius told it, in alternating sentences, in the cold quiet of the dust and the moonlight, had been this: Sirius Black had not been the one who had betrayed the Potters. Sirius Black had been the original secret keeper. Sirius Black had, at the last minute, switched the secret keeper role to Peter Pettigrew, on the patient logical reasoning that Voldemort would be looking for Sirius and not for Peter. Peter, who had been quietly working for Voldemort for some years, had then, on the night of October the 31st, walked up to Lord Voldemort and given him the address. Peter, in the chaos of the next 2 days, had murdered 12 muggles in a street, framed Sirius for the murders, cut off his own finger to fake his own death, and gone to live, in the form of a rat, with a Weasley family in Devon. Pettigrew, on the floor of the shrieking shack, had wept. He had wept the small wet tears of a man who had been caught, after 12 years, in the middle of a thing he had been avoiding. Sirius Black, who was, Harry had taken the precaution of confirming, his godfather, had stood in the dust with his wand pointed at Pettigrew's face. The spider sense had been singing a long calm chord in the back of Harry's head. The chord had been the chord of a thing about to happen. The chord had been, Sirius is going to kill him. He has been waiting 12 years to kill him. He is 12 years past anything that would have stopped him. Move now or do not. Harry had moved. He had stepped, very politely, in front of Pettigrew. He had laid one hand on the wand of his godfather, in the same way he had laid 2 fingers on Vernon's shotgun in the hut on the rock. Sirius, he had said. No. He killed your parents, Harry. Yes, sir. I am aware. He will, however, be tried for it. I would prefer you not to spend the next 12 years in Azkaban a second time, on his account. Sirius had looked at Harry. Sirius had looked at Harry with the small lost attention of a man who had not been spoken to in that voice for 13 years. He is your godfather's voice, Sirius, Lupin had said, gently, from beside him. Listen to him. James would have. The wand had come, slowly, down. The arrangement that had been made then, by Hermione, who had got a coil of magical rope out of her own pocket, and by Lupin, who had bound Pettigrew with a single tidy spell, was that Pettigrew would be marched, alive, back up to the castle, and that Pettigrew would be handed to the ministry, that Sirius would, for the first time in 12 years, have the chance of a fair hearing and an exoneration, and that Harry, very probably, would be living, by the start of next term, with a man who was not Vernon Dursley. The arrangement had not survived contact with the moon. The moon had risen, 20 minutes later, at the edge of the trees above Hogsmeade. Lupin, who had not had time to take his potion that night, had become, in front of all of them, a werewolf. The werewolf had been confused, more than aggressive, it had not, in the small flickering attention of an animal that recognized, even through the change, the people in front of it, attacked. But Pettigrew, the moment Lupin's grip had loosened, had taken his rat form and slipped through Hermione's bound rope. Pettigrew had fled into the dark. Hermione, in the next 40 minutes, had used a great deal of her own breath on the shouting of polite swear words, in her small precise diction. Sirius, in the moonlight at the edge of the lake, in his great black dog form, had carried his godson's unconscious body. Harry, in trying to web Pettigrew before he made it to the trees, had caught, instead, the inside of his own elbow on a low branch, and had, embarrassingly, knocked himself out, back to the edge of the school grounds. The Dementors had come, then, by the lake. There had been 100 of them. The cold of them had been as the cold of the train compartment had been, multiplied by every Dementor of Azkaban. Sirius, back, briefly, in human form, had been on his knees with his face turned to the sky and his wand a few inches from his own fingers. Hermione, beside him, had been crouched over him with both her arms around her own shoulders, shaking. Harry had been, then, awake. He had been awake, on the grass, beside the lake, with Peter's voice in his head saying, "Kid. Kid. Now. Now. They are close. We will all freeze. Now." Harry had sat up. He had taken his wand in his right hand. He had laid his left hand flat on the cold grass beneath him. He had thought. He had not, as before, reached for the cake. He had reached, instead, for the mirror. He had reached for the third person in the mirror, the small gray-haired woman in the flowered apron, the woman who had been his other mother, in another life, in another country, in another body, a very long time before. He had reached for the small kitchen with the fire escape and the smell of pretzels. He had reached for the patient kind voice that had said be good, be brave, be careful all his life. He had reached for the sense, in his head, that he had not, in any meaningful way, ever been alone. He had thought, very precisely, with great power. He had stood up. He had drawn in his breath. He had pointed his wand at the dark rolling tide of cold by the lake, and had said, in his small clear polite bearing, "Expecto Patronum." The light came out of his wand the color of the inside of an emerald that had not been a killing curse but a kindness. It was bright. It was very bright. It came out, this time, not as a small spider on 8 legs, but as a great spider on 8 legs, a thing the size of a horse, scuttling out across the grass in a long fierce surge, with Harry's intention behind it. The spider went between him and the Dementors. The spider lifted its 8 forelegs, the way a small spider lifts its forelegs when it is interceding for its young. The Dementors broke. They broke as a wave breaks, in a slow black recede, they broke and they fled, in long whispers of cloth and cold, back across the surface of the lake, in the slow patient retreat of things that had been told, by something they did not understand, that they were not allowed in this room. The spider stood on the bank for a moment, glittering, and then dissolved into the small bright air it had come out of. Harry, on the bank, sat down very hard. Sirius, beside him, was looking at him with an expression Harry had not previously seen on the face of an adult. It was, he thought, the face of a man who had just been told, by a thing he had not previously believed in, that he had a son. Harry, Sirius had said. Harry. That was, yes, sir, Harry had said, gently. I have never seen a Patronus, no, sir. That size. No, sir. Hermione, on the other side of him, had laid her hand on his elbow, in the small ferocious grip he had begun, by then, to recognize. Her face, which had gone, in the past hour, the color of old snow, had begun to come back to its usual color. Harry, she had said, very quietly. Are you all right? I am all right, Hermione. What did you think of? He had thought, for a moment, about how to answer. The American voice in his head had been quiet, listening, in the warm patient way the New Yorker listened when something important was being decided. I thought of my aunt, Harry had said, eventually. Both of them. Hermione had looked at him for some seconds. Hermione, in the past 2.5 years, had heard from Harry, in fragments, a great deal of his story. She had also heard, from Harry, the bits he had not put into the story. She had heard the small precise gaps where the bits ought to have been. She had inferred. She was, by then, the only person in the school except Dumbledore who had been told, only that summer, only at her own quiet patient request, about the New Yorker in his head, and the boy in the red mask, and the woman in the flowered apron, and the city of yellow taxis Harry had only ever visited in his dreams. She had taken the news with the small careful patience of a girl who had been waiting, very politely, for some time, to be trusted. Both of them, she had said now, in her small precise voice. Yes. I see. Sirius, beside Harry, had not been told. Sirius, beside Harry, was looking at his godson with the small startled face of a man who had just been told a thing he had not been expecting, not the bit about the ants, but the bit about the Patronus the size of a horse. Harry, Sirius had said, after a moment. Forgive me. I have been, informed, in the past hour, that you are also my godson, but, would you mind, I do not know how to ask this, but, Sir Sirius, Harry had said, in his small polite bearing. When this is over, I will tell you everything you want to know. You are family. You are owed it. But for now, there is the small matter of Peter Pettigrew, and the small matter of an Azkaban warrant, and the small matter of getting Hermione back to the school before her parents have us both put on a milk carton. Yes. Yes, Sirius had said. The next 48 hours had been complicated. The next 48 hours had involved Hermione's clever little time-turner, which she had been wearing under her robes for the entire term and had not previously mentioned, and a long careful loop in which Harry and Hermione had gone back 3 hours and freed Sirius from a tower window, on a hippogriff that had been borrowed for the occasion, and had stood, in the trees, watching a younger Harry on the bank of the lake conjure the spider Patronus, in a small private memory. Pettigrew, in the end, had not been caught. Pettigrew had vanished, into the dark, in his rat form, and was probably even now, by Hermione's calm afterthought, on his way to find his old master. Sirius had not been exonerated, in the official sense. Sirius had escaped, on Buckbeak, into the dark, with a small note from Harry tucked into his pocket that contained the address of a small cafe in Diagon Alley where Harry could be reached by Owl. The summer, on the strength of that note, had begun differently than the previous one. Harry had spent it not at Privet Drive, Sirius's sudden manifestation in Vernon Desley's living room one Tuesday morning, tall and grey-eyed in his recently acquired clean robes, and the polite small introduction Sirius had made of himself as the boy's actual legal guardian, had made it clear to Vernon that the boy in the small bedroom upstairs would be moving out, but at a small cottage in the country, with Sirius, with Lupin, with an enormous black dog that ran around in the garden, and with the weekly arrival of Ron and Hermione by Flu Network for tea. It was, in the small private polite assessment of Harry Potter, who had spent 11 years in a cupboard, the best summer of his entire 2 lives. He had told them everything, in the end, in a single long evening at the kitchen table of the cottage, with Sirius and Lupin opposite him in the candlelight and the windows open to the warm August night. He had told them about the wall. He had told them about the spider sense. He had told them about the threads. He had told them about the city of yellow taxis and the boy in the red mask. He had told them about Peter Parker, and May Parker, and the small kitchen with the fire escape, and the words "with great power comes great responsibility," which he had, after 13 years, said aloud, for the first time, to 2 grown men who had loved his father. Sirius and Lupin had listened. They had listened the whole time without interrupting. Lupin, at the end, had laid one hand, very gently, on Harry's wrist, in the small thoughtful manner of a teacher who had been asked, after a long lesson, a question he had not previously known how to answer. "Harry," Lupin had said, in his quiet kind voice. "Thank you for trusting us with that." "Sir," Harry had said. "I do not know," Lupin had said, "what to do with this information. Except, to keep it. I would like, very much, to keep it. With your permission." "Permission granted," Harry had said. Sirius had, for some time, not said anything. Then Sirius had reached across the table. He had laid one long-fingered hand against the side of Harry's face, in the slow careful manner of a man touching a thing he had previously believed lost. "Harry," Sirius had said, in his small quiet voice. "Your mother and father loved you. They would have loved you all the more if they had known you would carry 3 sets of love, in your skin. May Parker, James and Lily. Good. Good. They will all of them be, are all of them, proud of you, Harry." Harry, at the table, had not answered for some seconds. He had not, in his life, been told that any of his parents had been proud of him. He had not, before, had any of them in a position to say so. He had let, with the small careful patience he had developed for these moments, the words sit in his head. He had let them, in a small careful patience, become, in his head, a thing he could hold. The American voice in his head, very quietly, had said, "With great power, kid." "I know," Harry had said, in his head. "I had heard." "And Peter," Sirius had added, after a moment, in the small soft voice of an uncle giving his godson a small gift. "Welcome to the family." Peter, in Harry's head, in the small private warm patient corner where the New Yorker had lived for 13 years, had wept. He had wept the small wet tears of a man who had not, on the whole, ever expected to be welcomed into another family in this lifetime, and Harry, in the polite British half of his head, had wept with him, in the small careful patience he was finally learning to allow himself. September the 1st, 2 weeks later, had Harry on the platform at King's Cross with Sirius on his right and Lupin on his left and Ron and Hermione already 3 feet away on the train waving him on. He had inclined his head, 1/4 inch, in his small polite bearing. He had hugged both of them. He had climbed into the carriage. He had set his trunk in the rack. He had sat down. He had opened the window. He had leaned out. "Sirius," he had said. "Yes, Harry. Be careful. Pettigrew is not the only thing on his way to Lord Voldemort. There will be more. There will be, we are about to have a very busy few years." "Yes, Harry. Will you write to me?" "Every week." I will write you back. Thank you, Harry. Sirius. Yes. Thank you for the cottage. Thank you for filling it. Harry, at the window, had let himself smile, fully, this time, not just at the corners, and Sirius, on the platform, had smiled back, in the same way, and the train had pulled away from the platform with Sirius and Lupin standing on it in the small sunlit way two old friends stand on a platform when the boy of someone they loved has just gone away to a school they remembered. In the carriage, Hermione had sat down opposite him. Harry. Hermione. What now? Now, Harry had said, in his small polite bearing, settling himself into the corner of his seat, we keep going. There are, by the headmaster's count and mine, at least 4 more pieces of Lord Voldemort scattered around the world. There is a tournament next year I expect, on the strength of the Ministry's announcements last month, will involve me being entered in it without my consent. There is the matter of Pettigrew finding his way to the Master. There is the matter of the Master coming back to a body. There is the matter of the Master coming for me. There is, very probably, in the years to come, a small private war in this country that you and Ron and I will be central to. Ron, beside Hermione, had nodded gravely. Right, Ron had said. Well. That's a lot. It is, Harry had agreed. Is there a plan? Harry had considered the question for some seconds. He had considered the city of yellow taxis. He had considered the woman in the flowered apron, with her cup of tea, in the small kitchen with the fire escape. He had considered Lily Potter and James Potter, behind him, in the mirror, with their hands on his shoulders. He had considered Sirius, on the platform, smiling. He had considered Hermione, opposite him, in her serious set face, and Ron, beside her, in his small ready set face. He had considered Hagrid in the boat at the rock and McGonagall in the courtyard and Dumbledore on the floor in front of the mirror. He had considered Aunt May. He had considered Peter Parker. He had considered the boy in the red mask. He had considered, very carefully, the line he had read at the age of 8, on the floor of his cupboard, by torchlight, between bites Dudley had taken out of the page, the line he had been working out the meaning of, in 2 languages and 2 lifetimes, ever since. There is a plan, Harry had said, finally, in his small polite bearing. What is it? With great power, Harry had said, comes great responsibility. Hermione had blinked. Ron had blinked. Then Hermione, very carefully, had smiled, fully, in her own way, at the corners and not at the corners, in the small precise way of a girl who had been waiting some time to hear that particular line spoken aloud, and was glad to have been there for it. Yes, she had said. I see. I had gathered as much, Harry. We will help. Yes, Ron had said, in his small ready voice. We will. Yes, Harry had said. Outside the window, the country had gone past at the speed of a magic train, and the rooftops of the small towns of England had gone with it, and the small sleeping owl in the cage beside Harry's elbow had stirred politely once and gone back to sleep, and the spider sense, in the back of his head, had given a long quiet patient steady chord, the chord of a thing watching a long road ahead, and approving, and settling itself in for the work. In his head, in the small warm private back room where the New Yorker had lived for 13 years, Peter Parker, who had once been a boy in a red mask in a city Harry had only visited in dreams, settled himself into a wooden chair beside an open window, with a cup of tea his Aunt May had made for him, and let his shoulders down for the first time in a very long time. Kid, said Peter. Yes, said Harry. Drive. I am. The train carried them north. Chapter 7 End. Thanks for reading Harry's verse. If this story moved you, leave a like, share it with someone who loves a good crossover, and tell us in the comments which thread you want pulled next. Stay sharp, stay kind. With great power, friends.